it looks good. The residents will happily park. There's lots of availability, and it's not often we can get it exactly that perfect, but I really think it's perfect. So go down and have a look. Right, so back to Karori, and we're going to be hearing from a few today. So we don't need to do all the preliminaries because they were done on Wednesday, so we can get straight into hearing from our submitters. And first up is Koi Fan. Welcome, Koi. And also welcome to Ben online. And here's Councillor Calvert. Actually, Koi, we'll just ask you to wait 1 minute because Councillor Calvert's coming into the room now. Hi.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, was it?
Yeah, Koi's
Okay. It says on my run sheet it starts at 9:30, but anyway, we're not expecting anyone else, and Koi is here. So maybe I've just been a bit too prompt. I do like to start on time. Koi, we're just taking a minute to get settled. Okay. Are you there? Shall we start? Maybe he's thinking he's starting at 9:40. Koi, we are ready to hear from you. I know we're running a bit early. Are you there? Lovely. Yes, we're off to a prompt start this morning, and our first speaker's withdrawn, so your time is ready. You've got 5 minutes.
Morning, councillors and everyone. I haven't seen you guys for a while, but yeah, sadly I couldn't make it into the council this morning. But yeah, I'm here to speak about the in support of the Karori cycleways. Well, the reason I'm saying is because we cannot have a network when nothing's like you need to have fully connected network for the cycleway to function. You cannot have isolate a bit out of the suburb that doesn't have a cycleway leading to it. And yesterday, as I was driving into Karori at 6:30 p.m., I could see the traffic backing all the way down to the tunnel. And I was like, why is it like this at 6:30? And we need, that's more and more prevalent, we need to make these cycleways available. So allows the people there to be able to use cycling as a means of transport and reduce the traffic going there. So I'm fully supportive of it. And yeah, that's all I could say.
Yeah. Thank you, Koi. How are you a resident? I can't remember exactly where you live, but it's somewhere up there, isn't it?
No. I move around all the time. I'm in Brooklands now. I'm in Brooklands.
Yeah. Yeah. But so your main point is, correct me if I'm wrong, your main point is we need more choices because the traffic is very congested, even very early in the morning going up that particular route.
Oh no, this is in the evening. This
in the evening.
6:30 p.m. I just happened to go there to pick some things up, and I was surprised at the amount of traffic were there at 6:30 p.m.
Okay, we do have another question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Koi. Are you aware of the residents calling actually for more buses on the route to actually reduce the traffic, and for there to be peak bus lanes through Karori?
Well, there's no point. Well, to me, if there are more buses, yes, we need to have both buses and cycleway at the same time as well. It's not just one solution over the other. Let's work in conjunction with each other to providing people with more choices to choose from, rather than let's just take one over the other. We should diversify our choices.
Are you aware that we can't have bus lanes because of the of a proposed cycle lane going through there?
the cycleways is going uphill, which is more like you can have a cycleway. You like cycle going downhill could be merged and leave more space for bus. But it's the cycleway uphill that is needed to protect the cyclists.
Yeah.
And honest, I see plenty of cyclists going up yesterday, weaving through our car lane, and it's just
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions for Koi? No, I don't think so, but you've been very clear, Koi, and always, I know, quite supportive of this work. So thank you for coming again to speak to us.
thank you, and I will see you at the new town hearing.
Yes. Okay. And, okay. Yes, you will, but it won't be this committee. I think that's being heard by another committee. Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Now, I don't know if we're ready to move on to Greg. Yeah. And Greg, I probably can give you 10 minutes just because we are running a little ahead of schedule. Feel free to come up to the table or the podium, either one. Because of the number of submitters, we've restricted most people to 5 minutes, but if it's an organisation and there is a bit of time, I like to stretch that out. So I think you can have 10 if you need it.
Brilliant. Cool. I've got a little few notes and then I'll happy to answer any questions. Cool. So, tēnā koutou katoa ko Greg Takuingawa. So I'm Greg. I'm the team lead for the Transport Choices program here at Whakatahi. So I've come up today from Christchurch, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to the submission that we submitted. So Transport Choices is one initiative from the Climate Emergency Response Fund, SURF. I'm here today because Whakatahi strongly supports the Wellington City Council's Karori Connections project, which has been co-funded by Transport Choices. This project, alongside other critical investments across the city, will support Wellington as it grows, giving more people travel options and delivering safer streets for everyone. The Transport Choices programme aims to demonstrate what's possible for communities across Aotearoa, New Zealand, by providing people with more transport options, making it easier to walk, cycle and use public transport across the city. Transport Choices, the programme aims to demonstrate what's possible for communities across New Zealand. For the Karori's Connections project, this will contribute to these objectives. This and the wider Transitional Cycleways programme is an exemplar in rapid transport delivery of safe facilities for people who are walking, cycling, taking the bus. From a design perspective, the Karori's Connections project ticks all our design boxes. For Transport Choices to be a success, we need to really showcase the type of infrastructure needed to maximise the uptake in active and public transport infrastructure. It means designing streets for our most vulnerable people, for children, people with visual, mobility and cognitive impairments. If infrastructure works for them, it works for everyone. It means opening up our streets by prioritising people walking, cycling and using public transport. It also means having a network plan and creating connections for places where people want to go. What sets Transport Choices apart is that it's about demonstrating what's possible for communities across Aotearoa, New Zealand by quickly providing people with more viable and attractive options. Wellington City is already well progressed on this journey and has a fantastic track record of delivering good value projects for people walking, cycling and taking public transport. This commitment has been reinforced through the Council's long-term plan and bike network plan. Transport Choices is currently working with over 40 councils across the Motu, and the Transitional Cycleway team here at Wellington City Council is one of the teams we have the highest confidence in delivery in. I can't stress that point enough. The Council has shown the ability to deliver at pace, which is critical for combating the climate emergency. And we are keen to support the Council to continue this good work. with more than $11 million allocated through Transport Choices for investment in Wellington. It's worth noting that the Transport Choices Fund is set up differently. Funding comes from the Admissions Trading Scheme, not general taxes or road user charges. It's a Crown fund. We want to acknowledge the excellent progress that has been made and the work the Wellington City Council programme team has put into the development of this important project. We look forward to continuing to work with the Council to progress this. Thank you.
Well, that's lovely to hear such an endorsement from the other side, you know, from partners with our team. So thank you for that big vote of confidence in our staff and the work that we're doing. So I don't quite know what questions to ask, but I did have a couple of hands up actually from Councillor Calvert and from Councillor Abdurrahman, so we'll start with you.
Okay, yeah, I've got a couple of questions. So you said you're from Christchurch. How well do you know Karori?
So I'm talking here from the Transport Choices programme. So obviously I'm from Christchurch. Wakatahi is a national organisation, and we've got a project team across the country. We have got quite a number of project team here in Wellington who've been working with the Wellington City.
Right, so you don't know the Karori that you're talking about? Have you ever been there?
I lived in Wellington for 6 months.
Yeah, but have you seen what's being proposed?
Yes.
I think we're coming here from a program point of view.
Yeah, I understand, but I've got somebody from Christchurch telling us about what's good for Karori. So you talked about supporting the bike network plan, and you talked about our council, but were you aware that only 60 people from Karori submitted on the bike network plan last year when it was put in?
Diane, Councillor Calvert, I'm not sure that we can really expect this submitter to answer that question.
Look, this submitter is representing Wakakatahi, a very large organisation which is supporting our program. And what I'm finding is that the knowledge of this particular piece of work, which is what we're hearing.
Okay. Would you like? We'll go to the submitter and let him answer that.
Yeah.
Can you just?
And then I'll have Councillor Abdurrahman's question.
Can you just confirm that question?
Look, I'll just leave it now because I've lost my train of thought being interrupted.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman?
I'll come back.
Yeah, come back. Councillor Abdurrahman?
Cool, thank you so much. So my question to you is, as an agency, is your agency aware of this, and are you submitting on behalf of them, or you are an individual who works there who presenting as an employee of that agency? So this is, your submission is endorsed by agency itself, and your managers and everyone else is aware of it?
Yeah, so that is correct. So Wakatahi is a co-funder of this project. The submission is on behalf of Wakatahi as an organisation.
So this is a national organization?
Yes, Wakatahi, yes.
And do you have a branch in Wellington as an agency?
Yeah, so we're a national organisation. We have our head office here in Wellington, and obviously offices across the country as well.
Okay, thank you.
We're got a bit of context here for the committee. Yep.
Sorry, so thanks, Madam Chair. So just to be clear for some of the councillors, Greg is part of a regional team down in Christchurch, but is a national program that he's looking after. He's in a national team. And him and another of his colleagues go to councils across New Zealand that have Transport Choices projects and provide context for councillors about where the funding's come from, why it's come from. And I think you've heard some very good feedback from his team today about our team and how they're progressing with expending the funding from Transport Choices. That is really just setting context only. So in terms of commenting directly about the matters relating to the Karori Cycleway, I mean, that's not what Greg's here for. He's just to provide you with context about where that slice of the money is coming from for Crown and why.
I have a question. Greg, I was very comforted and pleased to hear that you say that you hold our team in such high regard in terms of the track record that they've got in delivery and the quality of what the projects that are coming out. Could you just maybe, can you say a little bit more about that? I mean, how many... Are you finding that's not necessarily the case? Are the councils struggling more than we are to deliver this sort of thing?
Yeah. So one of the the really strong points about Transport Choices is that we do have the opportunity to work across the country. So let's say we are working with 40 councils across the country. They range from smaller organisations, smaller councils, to large councils like yourself. And what we're seeing is the transitional cycleway team, we've got a high level of confidence in the work they're doing and the value that they're providing. So the kind of bang for buck in terms of what's been put in is very significant, and the pace that the team is delivering at is kind of up there with the best in the country.
And are you basing that, obviously you see the projects, but you're also basing that on the way the community appears to be receiving them?
I'm basing that on the team, on my team working with the Transitional Cycleways team, and also previous kind of in terms of being open and being able to tweak their design, so an open working relationship, which is really beneficial for Transport Choices, but also in terms of previous examples we've seen the Transitional Cycleway team deliver.
Okay. We do also have a question from Councillor McNulty, and then I'll briefly come back to let you ask yours. Oh, well, Councillor McNulty, then Councillor Randall.
Hi, Greg. Yesterday we heard that our cost per kilometre in the Paniki network had come down from over $1 million to sort of, I think it was maybe high 700, 800s. Liam can correct me there. How's that comparable with other councils that are rolling out their programs? Do you have sort of a comparative you can provide?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I can't go into the detail in terms of our projects, but we do see a wide kind of spectrum of the cost of cycleway infrastructure, and I can definitely say that what's being provided in this project is definitely on the lower side of that. We're working with other councils, even smaller councils, and they're seeing significant cost per kilometre significantly more than that.
That's really interesting. And lastly, Councillor Randall, we're a little bit over time, but you have your turn. Yep.
Thank you. You outlined a number of elements for the success of cycleways. Do you think that the support of the local community is an important element of that success? And if the local community doesn't want a Transport Choices project to go ahead and say so, does Waka Katoa, what's Waka Katoa's position on accepting that feedback?
So obviously the local buy-in, local support for a project is massively important. As Wakatahi, we're here I'm here for the Transport Choices Fund. The decisions on local kind of support for the project sits with the councils. We are funders of the cycleways. It's up to the councils to make the best informed decisions in terms of their community and what's important.
So if the council decides not to proceed, that Waka Katoa supports that decision as well, based on community feedback?
So just in terms of a little bit of context, so the Transport Choices Fund was set up as an expression of interest fund. So we opened up and wanted expressions of interest from councils on projects that they thought were viable and good for their communities. Wellington City Council submitted a number of projects, so we've supported them, but it's ultimately the council's decision as to what projects they would like to take forward.
And I'm sorry, apparently Councillor Abdurrahman would like to ask one more.
Yeah, before when I asked you, you said the head office is here and you got people here. So this is not our first time doing consultation on this kind of project. Why this one is so important for Waka Kotahi to come and give us, the endorsement? We know the officers are doing a great job, but are you going to come back, example, when the submission comes for Newtown as well? Why today? Why not previously? Why not in the future? Why today was very important?
So what we're doing is part of this is one of our really key projects for Transport Choices, but we are, as part of the Transport Choices programme, we are going around the country and supporting the projects and the project teams in terms of delivery. But in terms of Wellington, this is a really important project, and that's why we're here today, because we fully support it and we're working as partners in the delivery of the project. Therefore, it's important to be here in person.
Okay, well, we do welcome you to come to the committee again when we talk about, when we're hearing feedback from the Newtown and Berempore project. It's I think next week, isn't it? Well, I'm sure our staff can let you know. You're very welcome if you're available. But thank you very much.
What if he has to fly up from Christchurch?
Oh, no. We don't want you to incur extra expense on our behalf if it's not needed. But we do have online. So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. Now, I think we've got John. Is John available? Welcome, John.
Hello.
Hello.
You may know me from other public consultation processes such as the Town Hall overspend. I'm not happy about today's one. I'm here just to speak to you about the Karori Cycleway. I'm an avid cyclist. I ride on it pretty much every day to and from work, and I'm very keen to see it extended all the way through to Karori. I'm also president of a local cycling club, so I'm heavily involved in the cycling community. So yes, I really want to suggest that this should be progressed and to the fullest extent possible. I know there's budgetary pressures and the Cycleway budget is under some of those. A couple of points I'd like to make. Are we allowed to talk about detail?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. While I'm very supportive of cycleways and an avid user, I am conscious that somehow cycling seems to generate a war. And I don't understand why that is, but it is. And so I'm very keen that in developing this project that we try and reduce that war that may be simmering in the background. And specifically the bus stops, I think are a design feature that can be controversial. And even more specifically, there is a proposal for a raised pedestrian crossing opposite the Botanic Gardens entry with a raised median, and from studying the design documents, that appears to create what would be a massive bottleneck for the northbound Karori traffic. Often at that bus stop, there's a school bus that collects children to go out to Wellesley. That can be there for several minutes if it's not going well. The positioning of that bus stop in the live traffic lane with no other option for vehicle traffic or cyclists to go past, I think is a design flaw and should be reassessed. I think there's a possibility to put that bus stop in the bus lane further north. It's a question of where you put the bus shelter. When I drive down there and that bottleneck of the pedestrian crossing, if that's an opportunity to dive right and get past a temporary blockage, that's just going to create immense frustration among motorists and cyclists. And I think there's a solution to it. While the budget for cycleways might be under pressure, the discussion around removing physical separation between cycle lanes and traffic lanes, I think that's a key feature and should be preserved as much as possible. It really improves the feeling of a cycleway, even if it's just plastic bollards or curbs. To have nothing but paint, I think, it is a detriment to trying to build a cycleway. If you're trying to balance cost, specifically, I'm not sure that cyclists, and I'm speaking from a cyclist perspective here, really would value putting a whole new footpath through Appleton Park. Like, couldn't you just spend that money on a better cycleway? It might provide benefits to other users and you can push a pram along it, sure, but to me that looked like a bit of design nicety that I think should also be reconsidered. That's about it in terms of my specific points, but yeah, I'm very supportive of it and we should do it.
Thank you, John. In terms of separation, just since we are down in the detail, and this will be a personal view from you, do you prefer the hit sticks or sort of like the raised rubber dividers on the road?
Well,
no, not Tim Tams because they're concrete, but the rubbery things.
The first phase, I believe, has both, right?
Oh, okay.
It both has the raised plastic curbs and they have, what do you call them? Hit sticks.
Yeah.
On top. I think that's quite a good solution.
Okay.
Just curbs feels a little bit low-key to me. Just plastic sticks, I think, makes the plastic sticks far more vulnerable, and there's a maintenance cost there. I think the solution of using both is quite good. If I had to vote for one, I would go for the curbs though, because I think they're more durable.
Okay, I'm just interested because you're clearly quite a regular user.
Yep.
Councillor Calvert.
Yes, you touched on the sort of feeling in Karori about the proposal. How do you think we can move forward on something that addresses most people's needs?
Well, I don't want to. To me, it's the bus stops. Blocking the traffic lane is where the yelling and screaming from inside your metal box will occur. And it does occur to me of occasion, but I check myself because I'm also a cyclist. If I had one focus, it would be perhaps compromising this in-lane raised bus stop solution. And very specifically, something different has to happen opposite the Botanical Gardens on the northbound lane, because I see that as a massive problem.
Okay, in terms of a massive problem in because of the bus stops?
Yeah, there is no alternative route round. So when there's a bus there, everything will stop.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's kind of workable because you can divert around a stop bus. I think with a slight adjustment, you could achieve the same thing, and then you're just dealing with the uncontrolled pedestrian crossing, which generates that peak hour backflow down Glenmore Street.
Okay, thank you.
That might go some way to reassuring some of the less supportive people of Karori of the cycle.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. I think we've probably run out of time, but
problem.
It's been very useful feedback. Thank you. Now we don't have Simon. No, we don't have James, but we do have Simon. So, Simon, welcome.
Yes, good morning.
It's 5 minutes, which I haven't said to too many people today, but it's meant to be 5 minutes with time for questions within that,
Sure.
if you'd like. Yeah.
Okay.
So it does go quickly.
Okay, no, thank you. No, good morning, councillors. So my name is Simon Wood. I live in Glenmore Street opposite the Botanic Gardens, so my submission is predominantly around the section of the cycleway in that area. But the first point I wanted to make is very supportive of the overall concept. I cycle, my wife and I regularly cycle on the existing segregated path, so really support the concept. I think the main concern I've got from the proposals at the moment are really that I don't think they've recognised the role that the parking in the area opposite the Botanic Gardens plays in terms of visitors to the Botanic Gardens in that thing. And that's in two areas, in terms of one, just reduction in the number of car parks that are going to occur because of this proposal by taking them on the downhill side away is going to cause some pressure on visitors. So we need to think of ways potentially to address that through parking changes. But the more substantive issue I'll talk to in a moment is around the design of the actual cycleway on the uphill side and positioning it between the footpath and the car parks. But just talking briefly to the parking, there's a lot of people, as you'll know, on a fine day, something will come, families with kids and pets and buggies will come and unload their car parks to go into the gardens. There's also people, obviously, that more elderly people, others who can't easily use public transport, need to come to the garden. But we see increasingly, having lived there for 10 years now, there are more people parking there during the day and walking into town. I think people who used to park in Bowen Street have now moved up there. So suggestion really is perhaps that your parking should be changed to prioritise visitors to the gardens, perhaps consider a 4-hour parking limit and maybe tweak the residents' parking area zone. At the moment, that part of Glenmore Street is in Kelburn parking zone, which is quite a big zone. We think people will actually drive from there into there and walk, perhaps move it into the Thorndon one. So that's the first bit, and that's probably the more easy bit. The second bit I'd like to talk to briefly is the design of the crossing by separating the cycleway between the footpath and the car parks, I think is actually creating hazards. In resolving the issue of the moving away from the traffic, you're potentially putting at risk cyclists and people unloading cars. I know for myself, when I cycle on a segregated line, you tend to go faster, you're going uphill. But if you've got a situation where people are unloading, parents are unloading their cars, the kids dart across the crossing, across the road, I think you've got risks of collisions there that is not a particularly safe design to do. That's particularly when you have a busy day in the gardens. So I think you've got a high risk of collisions, but I think there is a solution. If I just flick to the last slide, I think within the design, maybe there's this consideration of perhaps there's consideration to actually swapping the concept, use the existing footpath for the cycleway in the uphill direction. The space that you've got provision for the cycleway, you actually turn into a footpath and unloading zone for people from the cars. You'd probably need to I'm not sure whether I can get the zoom. You'd probably need to put a proper divider between the footpath, the existing footpath, and the new pathway. Another advantage that does is that will funnel people when they can there. You can only get into the gardens at 2 or 3 places in that area, down at the main entrance, and there's two other entrances in the garden. Most people on that footpath are going into the gardens. So my suggestion is don't put people at risk by crossing across what will be a live cycleway and come into contact with cyclists, but with a small amount of rethinking about this without taking any more space. I think there's a solution that would be safer and things. So really that's the main point I want to make. In summary, really supportive of the concept, just needs a bit more thinking. This is a detail issue, but I think if you're not considering the solution here, the needs of the people in the garden, you're doing a disservice to some of the community.
The details are what we want to hear, so thank you. There's some interesting suggestions. Councillor Chung has a question.
Thanks very much, Simon. Much appreciated. Do you think that the cycleway, based on what you've just been telling us about crossing the cycleway onto the footpath, do you think the cycleway would be better off on the other side of the road then, where you're not likely to get people going to the gardens walking? And because there's no cars there.
You mean on the downhill side?
Yes, correct.
I mean, at the moment, in a busy day in the garden, the road fills up anyway. So I guess you've got to make your choices. You'd still have people crossing across the road, but I hadn't really thought of it from that. I was just looking from the logical position is having it on the uphill side because that's what the cyclists are cycling harder. So I'm just trying to rejig the configuration.
And I'll ask a quick question. Do you think it might help if we had the parking on the other side? So given that people have to walk down to the crossing anyway to cross to get to the gardens. You haven't thought about that?
I mean, you could do that. I mean, people will still cross over there. We do. I mean, even now when we see the car parking there, people tend to take more space up than just the space available to the car when especially if they're unloading their kit to go into the garden. So. It's potentially you could do that. You would still have the need to make sure that you channel people across. People are going to want to sort of cross the road at the line of least resistance, I guess, the shortest route. So,
well, thank you. That local knowledge is really appreciated, and that information's quite valuable to us. So, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Right. So, Alan, I think we're due to hear from you. Welcome. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule, so as you represent an organisation, we can be a little bit more relaxed with the time.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou. So, ko Alan Blake ahau, ko kai tui tui a whanganui a Taraki a Living Streets Aotearoa. So I'm part of a pedestrian advocacy group. So we want to see more people walking more often. We are the foremost advocates of sustainable travel. Sustainable travel has pedestrians at the top. We are firmly focused on making sure that pedestrians have a good experience walking. We should have 0 road crashes. There should be no injuries on footpaths either. We believe that walking should be a pleasant and social activity that is normal and easy and available to everybody, so very accessible. It should be so normal and so easy that being a pedestrian is just a pedestrian experience. It's just taken for granted. So we've got a vision of a pleasant city that's easy to walk around. And Wellington City Council has many policies that actually support that. Te Atakura, for instance, has the sustainable transport hierarchy in there. There are many, many policies that have the sustainable transport hierarchy with pedestrians at the top in place. However, Wellington doesn't have an overall transport strategy. It's got a draft bus priority plan. We don't have a walking policy. The last walking plan was in 2008, and it's mostly been forgotten. We've had a 2016 dog policy reviewed ahead of a walking policy. That is up to the councillors here to decide which policies get priority. We are not seeing priority for pedestrians. It's almost as if you kind of just thought that being a pedestrian is already so normal that you don't have to do anything about it. You do have to do something about it. You have to make plans and fund those plans to make sure that walking works. So this overall vacuum of attention to walking has resulted in a transitional cycleway plan that does not cater for pedestrians well. This is the first time that Living Streets has come to a public forum like this to talk about the cycleway program. We have been trying very hard to work in the working group to get better designs, but we are not seeing good designs through here. I am surprised Mr. Waka Kotahi submitter thinks that not following their own pedestrian network guidance makes for a good cycleway. They're clearly only looking at one part of sustainable transport modes. So we support sustainable transport. We think everybody should be safe on the road, cyclists as well as people who catch the bus and people who walk. So it's not a matter of not doing it, it is a matter of designing things so that you follow your own guidance and make sure that people can catch the bus easily and can walk easily. There are two main design issues that we see coming out in every single cycleway project. They are that they all include shared paths. Shared paths are not good practice. And they're all using the same model at bus stops. We've just heard some comments from cyclists about the bus stops. Having people accessing a bus from a cycleway is not good practice. It does not encourage people to catch the bus or feel safe catching the bus. It is particularly difficult for children, older people and disabled people, which is most of your population right there. So I'm asking decision makers to stop approving plans that have poor design. I hope you're being told this is poor design. It is not good design. It is not following good practice. I would like to see, personally, that there's a transport strategy that puts in place where everything fits and how you should fund everything, because we are seeing only funding going to one particular program, even though it's been cut. I would like to see the walking policy redeveloped ahead of dog policies, please. I mean, this is not the city for putting pedestrians first, eh? There are many little issues on the Karori thing. There are a lot of people that walk from Karori into town. I see them when I'm standing outside the Chinese embassy. I see people walking up and down when I'm using the Orangi Kaupapa bus stop that the previous speaker was talking about. It's a well-travelled route. People travel through the Botanic Gardens as well. There are other ways of doing these things. I've got an example from Walk San Francisco, which is called Getting to the Curb 2019. It's about ensuring that cycleways remain accessible for pedestrians and bus users and even car drivers. So we've been involved in a lot of these, the work to try and make this transitional cycleway work, but it is not working. It is not good design for pedestrians. It is not good design for bus users. We need to see a change. If you want to have a look at where it's a really good example in this particular plan, have a look around the Karori bus tunnel, where the cycleway is, the suggestion earlier, has been put on the inside of the road, and the pedestrians are going to be between the cycleway and the road around the bus stop. The cycleway is going to cut behind a pedestrian crossing, which is the way that people access that number 2 bus around the Karori tunnel to either go up to Kelburn or to go to Northland. I can give you a lot more details on things if you like, but I've run out of time. So 5 minutes is not adequate to come and talk about these issues.
But luckily we do have a little bit of extra time today. So Councillor Calvert has a question.
So overall, and with Karori and the others, I mean, do you think that even though pedestrians is the top of our hierarchy, that pedestrians are not being treated as top of the hierarchy?
No, clearly not. There's no funding for pedestrian stuff, and there's no plan. And the transitional cycleways are doing exactly what they planned, is to make cycleways. They're doing exactly what they've been told. We need a broader focus.
Do you think we need a broader focus even within our council? Because rather than just when we're talking about this, because this was a pedestrian cycleway bus improvement project.
It's not. It's a transitional cycleway project. If it was a pedestrian project, we would have started by asking what pedestrians need. We have never done that.
Thank you.
And I'm just wondering, Ben, Councillor McAnulty's got a question.
Oh, okay, good.
Because he seems to ask questions in other ways.
Ben, did you have a question? I don't see your hand up, but I might have missed it. But I do see Councillor Abdurrahman has a question.
Thank you for the general feedback, but my question would be in this specific route, what is one or two things that you would like to ask to improve from your perspective?
I would like to see a different design used for bus stops that doesn't put the cycles between the pedestrians and the bus users getting on and off the bus. We've only ever seen one approach, which offers slippery, funny little platform. It's not a floating bus stop. That's you directly onto a cycleway. So changing let's have a different design for the bus stops, and let's not have any shared paths. That would be the two things that would improve.
Do you think it's going to work? Just I know you might not be a designer, but is there any design or any example that you have?
That's what I was talking about. The Walk San Francisco Getting to the Curb 2019 has some quite good ideas. So there are a lot of different designs that we could use. We don't have to keep making the same mistakes with the same old designs.
Are there any other questions for Alan? I don't think Councillor McNulty does have one. But thank you, Alan. It's all, I've written down the Walk San Francisco Getting to the Curb 2019.
205,000 Wellingtonians would thank you to make sure that they can walk. 205 Wellingtonians walk.
And we take your point that is quite a popular walking route because it's so close to the city. So thank you. You've made some very good points, and we thank you for coming, as usual. Thank you. Now, I think we have Aaron online. Hi, Aaron.
Yeah, how are you?
Welcome. You have 5 minutes. And it needs to include questions if you wish it to.
Sure, that's fine. Right, so I guess I'd like to open by saying that it strikes me as unbelievable, and something I think every councillor needs to have a very hard look at themselves over, that in a week where you've said you've blown the budget so badly, you're looking at selling key assets in Wellington like our airport, which is something that can never be replaced and is high value and is always going to be at the centre of people coming and going from Wellington. And at the same time, you're sitting around talking about spending money on this. It beggars belief that you would sell the airport and build cycle lanes, to be honest. I think you really need to reassess where you're spending your money and what needs to be cut. I mean, it's well known, and I don't think you even debate it, that there's a huge amount of animosity about these projects in the local community. There is a huge amount of the community who do not want them and do not agree with it. And the fact that you would sell assets to build projects which possibly half of your community are absolutely against is really unbelievable, to be honest. Interesting to see Waka Kotahi here. I mean, they're about to get a new government, and they've been told in no uncertain terms that this is not the direction the new government is going in. The stopping of people being able to drive on roads, the limiting of speeds, these things are going. You guys are swimming in the wrong direction against the way the country is going to go in the next couple of weeks when we have a new government. And they've already announced, and it shocks me that this guy from Waka, he's here hanging on to his dream as a cycle advocate, that you guys are going to buck the way the country's actually going and keep spending money on cycle lanes because he's desperate to keep his job. But they've been told this is going to stop, the budget's getting slashed, yet you're still running with it.
So, Aaron, I don't really wish to hear sort of slings and slurs on other submitters, but what we are really interested to hear is specific feedback about the cycleway.
Right, okay, very specific feedback. My biggest issue with all of these projects, particularly the new one in Rongotai, which is hideous, is the fact that you are deliberately handicapping roads. So roads are built for vehicles. Anyone who uses the statistic that cycling is going to grow, well, that's fine, but never in the past history of the whole world has the population not grown. The population will grow. The use of vehicles will grow. For everyone who decides to ride a bike to work, there's a courier driver delivering their parcels and their groceries and everything else. There's more cars. It's never going to stop. And handicapping streets so that vehicles can't use them, I mean, you guys don't seem to be willing to come out and admit it, but it's just anti-vehicle. It's designed to impede traffic and make it difficult for vehicles to use roads, which is what roads are actually built for. And that demand's never going to stop. It's going to get bigger. So particularly raised crossings. Raised crossings are speed bumps. You should never find a speed bump on an arterial road, such as the road into Karori. Karori is the biggest suburb in New Zealand. There's a huge amount of traffic, which has absolutely legitimate reasons to be going in and out. And you are deliberately putting in features which will mean every single car will be inhibited from being able to drive on the road at a normal speed legally along the road. Pedestrian crossings have worked for hundreds of years because they don't impede traffic. When a person needs to use it, the traffic stops. That's just how it's worked. It's worked for hundreds of years. There's not many people. I mean, occasionally people make a mistake, as they will anyway, but it doesn't stop the traffic. What these things are going to do is mean that hundreds of thousands of vehicles every single day have to stop to a very slow speed, go over a lump, and then accelerate again. And on this particular section from Thorndon up into Karori, I believe there's 5 or 6 of these. So on a short commute like that, has the council actually made any consideration of the additional time required for how many vehicles use this road? You must know this. How many trips a day are going along this route?
This is your time to tell us what you want to tell us, and it's not actually a time for you to ask us questions. I'm sorry, but that's just the way this process works.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let's say there's 100,000 vehicles in and out of Karori every day. So if they have to stop 5 times along that route, that's 500,000 times that vehicles are braking to a very slow speed for absolutely no reason. If there's no pedestrians on the crossing, there's no reason that the traffic should be impeded. That's how it works now. You only have to stop if someone needs to use the crossing, which is fine. It's part of the law. It's been used for hundreds of years. With these built-up ridiculous speed bumps, it is going to mean every car, ambulance, truck, courier, police vehicle is going to have to slam on the brakes 5 times, slowly crawl over a speed hump, and then accelerate hard again, which if you want to get into counting the carbon miles, the worst thing about cars is stopping and starting and stopping and starting. And you're designing this.
So, Aaron, you will need to make your final points too, because we've come to the end of your time. So if you'd just like to make 1 or 2 final points.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think a massive reconsideration of this thing needs to be the deliberate stopping of vehicle traffic. Vehicle traffic's not going anywhere. Build cycleways if you want. That's fine. It's the impediment of cars and vehicles, which might be emergency vehicles or any other kind of vehicle, trucks delivering people's food, whatever. They need to be able to use the roads, which we own and we built and are there for vehicles. And doing things like putting in-lane bus stops and raised crossings means 24 hours a day, cars are needlessly being stopped and inhibited from being able to use the roads properly.
Okay, well, thank you, Aaron. I have written some notes and of your points, and thank you for coming and taking the time to present us with your point of view.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. So we will be moving now to Michael, if he's here. Thank you, Michael.
This is working? Yeah, cool.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for having me speak to you today. My name's Michael Teague. I made a submission on this project a couple of months back. I hope that I will take a more positive tack following on from that. I'd like to speak today not for myself but for those who will benefit most from this project, and those people are the elderly, families with children, those who are less able than myself, those who are less confident on a bicycle, of which there are many who want to be able to bike safely between Karori and the city and to other suburbs of Wellington who currently do not feel safe enough on our roads at the moment. I'd like to make the point that I am very supportive of this project, and it's wonderful to hear that things are moving in this wonderful direction. The projects that have gone in, such as Newtown to the waterfront and from the waterfront up to the botanic gardens are fantastic, and the increase in cyclists that we've seen since those have been put in has been wonderful. You can see that every day just walking around the area and cycling on it. You can see the amount of people that are cycling around our city has increased dramatically. So that's a testament to you all for putting that project through. So thank you very much. Not just people who ride a bike, but actually there are a lot of bus users in Wellington, and they'll benefit greatly from this project also, due to the improved reliability of the services from the improved bus stops. There'll be less waiting for traffic for the buses to pull out and pull in, so that will greatly improve the time that the bus will take to go along that route, so that'll be wonderful. It'll be very much improved safety getting in and out of a bus, providing that everybody follows the rules, which I hope will be the case. It's not always the case, but also the improved air quality and the reduced traffic noise will be wonderful for Wellington City. This project will help improve all of those. I'd like to see future plans for potentially a downhill cycle lane between Kurori and Thorndon. I know that's not currently in the plan, but for those who will benefit most from this project, such as the groups I talked about, won't be feeling very confident on going fast downhill in the middle of a traffic lane. I feel like a segregated cycleway will help improve the numbers of people who use that cycleway, and give them the confidence to be able to safely go at the speed they're comfortable with. Because right now it feels like they could be pressured by the traffic speed by going into the middle of the lane, which is the way it is at the moment. I'd like to see that in the future plan. I think it won't probably be included in this plan. It isn't in the current design, but I'd like to see that in the future. I live in Kurori and I work in Thorndon, so I use this route every day, and it's going to hugely benefit myself and everybody else who uses that route. It's a heavily used route from walkers from Kurori to Thorndon and by cyclists who would like to see safer infrastructure, so it's going to be wonderful. And also it just provides a link between other suburbs, so to Wilton, to Kelburn. It's going to provide added benefits to those suburbs. And as we see the projects in Johnsonville and Thorndon and Wadestown all come together, it's going to create a wonderful cycling network, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing.
Great. Well, we have a question from Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much, and really good to hear you riding down that road. I'm just thinking about what you're asking about riding, getting a downhill lane coming down Glenmore Street. Mm-hmm. Do you think that when you're riding down there, you're moving at around the same speed as cars are moving?
Personally, I do, but a lot of people who are less confident on a bike would not, and they wouldn't feel safe travelling at that speed.
Okay, great. Because I think that's the reason for not having a downhill lane or at this time. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you.
No worries.
Do we have any other questions for Michael? Yes, from Councillor Calvert. Just a little short one.
Yeah, no, thank you. Obviously, this is about Kurori Connection, so it's about walking, cycling, and buses. And you've spoken a lot about cycling. How do you think? How can we, sort of better produce a proposal that meets more people's needs?
I think you're doing that pretty well already. You're improving a lot for pedestrians by reducing traffic speeds and introducing the raised pedestrian platforms and improved bus stops and things like that. So I think you're covering bases pretty well.
Okay, thank you.
I speak mostly as a cyclist, so
that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That's been very useful, especially as you are a local. That's useful to hear local feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last submitter before our morning tea break is Darcy. I think I've got that right. Yes, Darcy. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou, is that working all right?
It is indeed.
Great. Yeah, my name's Darcy. I'm a Karori resident. I also work around Karori and also in the city. I mainly get around both Karori and from there in the city, which is a regular commute for me by bicycle, but I also often take the bus or walk. So of those three forms of transport, I probably use my bicycle the most, but I'm very familiar with both the bus route and the pedestrian routes as well. I choose my bicycle as my everyday form of transport because I feel it's really good for my physical and mental health. I think that's an opportunity that everyone should be given regardless of their confidence. I would definitely consider myself quite experienced on a bicycle, having ridden for many years, especially around Wellington. I also choose a bicycle because I feel that it's doing right by my community. I try and minimise the impact of my transport on other people, and so I feel like taking a bicycle not only reduces congestion, but also contributes to an air quality that is more desirable than that of vehicles that are emitting, and also is able to take up a very small footprint in terms of where it's parked. And wider scale, that of course is sort of more planetary as well in terms of efficiency of space use, especially within cities, and then that overall picture of climate change and reducing carbon emissions. Yeah, I would really like to be able to leave my home every morning and feel confident that I can get to my destination safely, whether it be around Karori or from Karori into the city. But currently that's not quite the case. Since I've been living and bicycling around Wellington, I've had to adopt a very defensive mindset, and I feel like leaving home is always, there's always a bit of doubt in my mind whether I might actually make it to my location or not. And despite my defensiveness and sort of stubborn attitude, I've definitely had my fair share of crashes or being hit a few times, which I feel like no one should have to go through. I feel like especially in Karori, where we already have a great mountain bike park and in general quite a good culture for people getting out and exercising and enjoying the outdoors, having really strong connections for both the bicycle, the bus and pedestrians is really important and only adds to that. And also really works really well to connect that suburb, which I feel like is a key part of the city, to the city centre a bit more. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I was going to ask you if you noticed any improvement in the conditions cycling around Wellington as a result of the work we've been doing.
Most certainly. I feel probably, though there are wide-ranging impacts, most personally, when I'm in a bike lane which has some form of protection other than paint, I feel a lot more peace of mind, and it's a much more pleasant experience and one that I actually look forward to.
Are there any other questions for, yes, Councillor Calvert?
Thank you. And since you know Karori quite a bit, what do you think about the suggestion about, especially on the main strip of Karori Road, using an alternative cycle route through Friends Street, through sort of the sides, back streets? Just wondered whether you've got a view on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, I'm not sort of a details person. While I did read into a lot of the individual features that are kind of proposed in the Connections project, I'd more just sort of leave it to you and your better judgment, and suggest that you really try and adopt an overall vision that prioritises people first of all, and really from there also seeks to protect vulnerable road users as much as possible and favours climate-friendly transport options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a quick one for you, because you walk as well. What's your, do you have any comments on the walking experience at the moment from Karori down to the city?
I mean, overall, I think it's a lot safer than being on a bicycle. I also run the route. I think there's probably the biggest thing for me is sort of down the bottom of Chater Street, Rara Road. I mean, that whole intersection's a bit of a mess, regardless of your form of transport, but it's very difficult to cross there often because there isn't actually a pedestrian crossing. There's a little island where you can sort of hop over, but it's a very busy route and it can often take several minutes before there's actually a gap at peak times for you to be able to cross that street.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not a good spot there. Yeah. Thank you very much, Darcy. Appreciate that information that you've given us. Thank you, and your time. All right, so have we got Matt? Okay, so we have a break until 11, which will actually be quite a decent break for you to take use of. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 11. back to it. I'd like to welcome to our table or to the podium Matt Rayburn. Thank you, Matt. I know you've been sitting there for a little while.
No worries.
So you have 5 minutes. It will go by fast.
I will do my best. Tēnā koutou, ko Matt Rayburn, toka inua. I'm Matt. I'm an immigrant originally from New York, and I've called Karori home for 5 years. I'm a proud resident of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm coming here in strong support of every measure that can possibly be taken to slow down road traffic on Karori Road. One of the reasons that I care so much about this is because of climate change. I'm not here in my official job capacity, but I'm a climate change consultant. I've been a former environmental lawyer. It's the most important issue of our time. I'm also the father of 2 school-aged children in Karori, and I'm very concerned about their safety. And I'm also someone who was involved in a serious accident on Karori Road, and I want to talk to you about that and share that story today. I had parked as I was about to catch the bus to take the rest of my trip into work after having dropped off my daughter at school on a kind of a dangerous turn in Karori Road after Marsden as it heads towards the city. I opened my car door. I didn't see a cyclist. He didn't see me. The car door hit the cyclist. I remember the moment very vividly, seeing him fall in front of a car. I thought at that moment that that car was going to run him over. Thankfully, it did not. What I didn't also realize at that time is that there was somebody on a scooter who had to swerve to avoid the cyclist who had been hit. He also was injured when he swerved his scooter. That was one of the worst days of my life, and certainly I would think it was one of the worst days of the lives of the cyclist who hit the car door and the gentleman who hit the scooter, who I know had some lingering injuries after that, as the cyclist did too. I paid restitution to both the cyclist and the person on the scooter, and I thought that as the last bit of my amends to make things right for that I would come and share that story today, just to emphasize how dangerous Karori Road can be. It's a very narrow area with a lot of traffic between roads, cars, cyclists, and pedestrians all going down it, and I will never park on Karori Road again after that incident. For my children, they're pedestrians who go to school, they walk to the library. It is such a dangerous spot for them, as I'm sure many of you will know. People will roll through the intersections at Campbell Street, at Rain. It's great that raised crossings are going up there, but based on the suburb that I grew up in, most of those crossings along a road like Karori Road would be painted and marked so that pedestrians could cross safely. And just lastly, like, my car is actually in the panel beater right now because of a second fender bender that happened to me on Karori Road because the other driver was going too fast and not paying attention. Like, I cannot emphasize enough that Karori Road has not been a great experience for me, either as a pedestrian or a driver, and I would really encourage the council to do everything it possibly can to make it safe for pedestrians and to limit the amount of road traffic so that we can actually address climate change and meet our emissions targets. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very brave of you to share such a personal story, but it does give us, a flavour of what can go on. Are there any questions? Right, Councillor McNulty.
Thank you for coming in and sharing the story. This is actually a question I would have asked of Ellen. I was in the middle of driving, so I couldn't pick up my phone when she was speaking before. But as a pedestrian, do you think the general principle of being on a footpath, having a cycle lane between you and the road, enhances or improves the safety of that pedestrian experience?
Yes, absolutely. Having a cycle lane is extremely important. There's people who go by on the footpaths on scooters too, which can be potentially dangerous. I know there are some spots where it can't be avoided that cars just kind of need to go through the road because it's very, very narrow, but the more safety we can give for cyclists, that spot that I parked at when I opened my car door, like, there would have been no way that you could have had a cycle lane without eliminating that street parking, which I would really encourage to eliminate as much street parking on Karori Road as possible. But without that cycle lane, there's just no way to do two-way traffic, a cycle lane, and just keep it safe for everybody. So it was bad luck that I opened the door at that time, but it's a foreseeable accident, I think, in retrospect.
Are there any other questions for Matt? Yes, Councillor Randall.
In terms, you wanted to say the emphasis on slow speed. There's been a proposal to lower the speed to 30k between the two speed zones of Marsden Village and the centre. So you'd support that. Do you think that that speed limit needs to be even wider, like the entire length, maybe to the Karori Tunnel?
I would absolutely agree with that. Yes, people do not need to go as fast as they go.
Okay, thank you.
So that suggestion from you would be from where to where?
I would say the entire length of Karori Road, as well as some of the off streets where it's, Campbell Street is where I live right now. People tear down that one.
All right, well, I've written that down as a bit of feedback from you. Thank you, Matt. We are out of time, but thank you very much for coming and sharing your history there and giving us your thoughts about our plans. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
We'll move to Imogen.
Imogen Gibson.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Welcome. Kia ora.
5 minutes.
Ko Imogen tōku ingoa. I'm a lifelong resident of Northland. My mother lives on Karori Road. I've got 2 children, so I'm a mother myself. I'm standing up against the proposed changes to the road on Glenmore Road. I'm standing up for people who can't cycle but want to access the Botanic Gardens. I think that removing an extensive number of car parks on Glenmore Street discriminates against people with mobility needs. It discriminates against the elderly, people with dogs, large families, and multi-generational families that wish to recreate in the gardens but cannot cycle. The gardens are a Wellington treasure, and I think they should be accessible for all groups. The changes will reduce equity of access for those high need groups. They will also reduce access for people with families coming in from outside of Wellington, people that should also have the right to enjoy the gardens, like from Kapiti, the hut in Porirua. I think it is important to consider the needs of people who would want to walk with dogs and cannot cycle with dogs. People with mobility needs also have the right to access facilities in Karori, like the dentist. Singleton Dentist, for example, will be inaccessible for people with wheelchairs if it's all blocked by cycle lanes. The bus service is insufficient to cater for those groups, and the bus service won't be able to compensate for a loss of car parks and provide an alternative for people who sometimes need to drive because of mobility issues. I think that taking away dozens of car parks along Glenmore Street places undue pressure on surrounding streets and neighbourhoods. For example, will lead to cars parking backed up to Northland and Karori. And this will limit access to community events like concerts in the Sound Shell, Tulip Sunday, which are highly valued in the council funds, but people won't be able to go to if there are no parks along Glenmore Street. And so I think that will undermine community access for people who deserve the right to attend those events. I believe that some of the proposed changes discriminate against people with mobility issues, and I urge that the changes be reconsidered in the light of the interests of people with high needs, high mobility needs. Wellington City Council aims to take pride in their reputation as being inclusive and socially responsible, accessible, safe, and easy to get around. And I think that the proposed changes undermine that stated goal.
Are there any questions for Imogen? Thank you, Imogen. I think you've been very clear. Thank you. I've really noted that your concerns around the accessibility, to both dentist and the garden, and thank you for making those points amongst others. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, so Warren, we have Warren online.
Oh,
welcome. You have 5 minutes to talk to us, and it should include questions if you want it to.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am a part-time student at the uni. I'm part-time builder, which is why I couldn't be there today. But I also have recently a young family. So I use the roads and the transport network in a variety of different ways, from driving the van, using loading zones, to public transport when it's raining, riding my bike when it's not raining. So yeah, and also, of course, using the footpaths, pushing a pram, which is probably one of my biggest bugbears at the moment, and Wellington footpaths with cars parked on the footpaths and stuff like that. I used to live in Karori, but when it came time to start that family, we had to make the call of where we wanted to live. So I now actually ended up moving to Miramar, and a big part of that was the accessibility of the Karori region for what we were going to be using it for. I fully actually support the upgrades that are proposed. In my written submission, I went into quite detailed about a few conflict areas that I thought, so I won't repeat those. But there was just a couple things that I did want to raise, probably quite the opposite of what Imogen had to say. But for me, the biggest thing is the proposal to only have one side of the road have a separated cycleway. And I fully understand that space is limited, and it's probably not within the Overton window to suggest taking parking from both sides. And I wouldn't suggest that. I just wanted to raise my concerns, and I don't have any solutions, but just about two main things, really. One is, if you're trying to improve the safety to a point where less confident cyclists will be willing to leave the car at home and have a go, then sharing the road with traffic on downhill sections kind of works against that objective. And I see this all the time when I go out with my partner, especially down Crawford Road, so that between Newtown and Kilburnie. She is less confident than I am, and she hugs the side right in the car door zone. The only time I've been hit on my bike is from that, being hit by a car door. And it's probably the most terrifying thing when I go out on my bike now, is parked cars. And the flip side of that, for those that are more confident, often one of the benefits of riding your bike or getting out of the car is that you don't have to deal with traffic. But all down the side of the gardens in peak traffic time, there's nowhere to go. And cars tend to sort of stagger themselves, so you can't get around either side, pretty much. So you get stuck in the traffic, or you end up mounting the footpath, or you ride down the wrong side of the road, all of which are very less than ideal. And yeah, again, I don't have a solution, or whether that's an unprotected cycleway on one side to encourage cars towards the centre to give you some space, or what. But I just wanted to raise those concerns that only having it one way might not achieve all the objectives of encouraging more cyclists. So, thank you.
Thank you, and I think that that's a concern that has been raised by quite a few submitters. And as you say, it's a real gnarly one to resolve at this spot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just interested in how long your wife's been cycling.
Yeah.
Sounds like she's a starter. She's starting.
Yep, she has. She's done a few triathlons and stuff, so she is more confident in a group sort of when it's designed for cycling, whether the roads are closed or something. But in terms of commuting, maybe 2 years, and even that is like, I really need to twist her arm to take the bike instead of the car. She's really not very confident in going in traffic. So from Miramar, she'll always ride around the bays rather than riding through town, because of the upgrades that are going on around there. It's perfect for her. So.
Yeah, good. All right, well, good on her for giving it a go. And thank you very much. I don't think we have any other questions at the moment, but thank you very much for your submission.
I have a question.
Oh, okay, there is one.
Sorry, I'm curious. Hi, Warren. I'm just curious.
That's the other submitter. I'm not sure that's part of our process, sorry. I'll just get the staff to explain how this process works.
Yeah. Hello, hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, to the submitter. So what this process is about is providing allocated time to each individual submitter so the council can hear all the concerns about the detail of the Karori Cycleway. So this wasn't a process, an open workshop process, this was a submission process. So my apologies, but your time has concluded.
Yeah, yeah, I would say, Imogen, if you wish to email us, you'll need to come through me or the other councillors, but you can email us with whatever the feedback was that resulted from what you've heard.
And officers are happy to respond. Yep.
Okay, well, thank you both. We'll now move on to Andy.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all, and it's lovely to see you all. I'm going to rip straight into it because I've timed it, and it takes roughly 10 minutes to get through the combined my own one and KPSC, so I'm just going to merge the two of them together. First of all, KPSC is the jointly owned club rooms for Karori cricket and Waterside Karori football. Together we have about 1,300 members, and we also operate under a sublease, a cafe in the building, which has been there since 2007. Personally, I have been a Karori resident for 50 years. Driving, using the bus, cycling, running and walking around Karori and along this route many, many thousands of times. And I do note that this is the first council, I think possibly ever, which doesn't have a Karori resident as a member. In my 30 years on council, I was responsible for a number of relevant investments and initiatives on this route, including installing the bus priority lanes on Chater and Glenmore Streets, widening Karori Road at its narrowest point through the Lancaster Street cutting, specifically to allow a bus or cycle lane, all of the traffic lights as part of Karori Safer Roads, and Samuel Parnell Road to create an alternative back road within Karori. Councillors, the proposal that you have before you is deeply unpopular because it's badly flawed, but you can fix it. And actually, it wouldn't be that hard to fix it, and that would be a great way of increasing people's faith in the council. I'm going to point out some of the flaws in the process and in what is proposed on the ground, and then how you can fix these problems and still deliver significant benefits for people on bikes. The proposals, as they went out, lack any real assessment of impacts on other transport modes or on the very community that the transport is supposed to serve. As many submitters have pointed out, it will probably make the bus service worse and reduce any future improvement opportunities. It'll certainly make private vehicular travel worse, and as designed, I think it will make our community less livable. So to the flaws, I was absolutely flabbergasted to be told that people in private vehicles are not a strategic priority, so the traffic modelling has not been done on the effects on private traffic. Now look, I've heard people say that private vehicles rank number 7 on council's adopted transport hierarchy, and that therefore that's okay. Now that's true, but I think it is a selective use of council policy. And I'd also point out that private vehicles are actually number 4, number 5, number 6 and number 7, because that includes delivery vehicles, carpooling, rideshare and taxis, and then general private vehicles. So 4, 5, 6 and 7, not just number 7. It ignores that many people have to use private vehicles for some trips. Maybe they're disabled, maybe they're carrying stuff, maybe they're transporting children, and maybe they're undertaking a trip with multiple destinations. And in fact, it has been called an ableist approach, which I think you need to think about very carefully. Council has, over many years, had a very successful incremental policy and approach of increasing the mode share of walking, cycling and public transport to be easily the highest in New Zealand. Being seen, I think, to take it another step and being actually anti-car, I think will be problematic. No traffic modelling has been done on the effect on bus travel times either. The biggest impacts on travel times will come from in-lane bus stops and from removing the existing right-hand turning bay into Homewood Avenue. All of these will block traffic, cars, freight, taxis and buses behind a stop bus or a turning car. I think you all know that Karori Road is a very busy single-lane road. Often the lines of traffic are almost continuous. Getting across Karori Road or onto Karori Road from side roads often requires patience, and mucking around with it could have a dramatic impact on the ability to get to, from and around our community. And respectfully, I think Karori residents deserve a far better analysis than is presented in front of us. So, there was no modelling, no traffic modelling. You've got no information about where and when buses are delayed along the busiest route in the city, no assessment of pedestrian movement patterns around Glenmore Street, no assessment of parking demand patterns on Glenmore Street as the reasons people are parking in that area, so why are they there? No assessment of the use of the Botanic Gardens and the potential effects on events at the gardens, I'll come back to that. No assessment of the use and parking demand on Karori Park, no assessment of the travel times on a bike, no assessment about how the number of people on bikes changes along the route. Obviously, at one end of the route is a lot higher than on another. No information about how highly peaked the cycling demand is on this route, and to my knowledge, you haven't been presented with any safety data. The designs proposed in some areas are questionable, and around the Horseshoe Bend on Glenmore Street are downright dangerous. In short, as presented to the community, this is not the standard of work that I would expect on a significant transport scheme from an organisation like Wellington City Council. But you can fix it. And so what would you do? The first thing is the in-lane bus stops. Look, at the moment you've got a few in-lane bus stops and they're in two-lane roads. These are one-lane roads. So anything you do there, the buses stop there, you block everything behind it. It's really hard to see any redeeming features behind this design. They're bad for other drivers, as I said, they're bad for passengers, they're bad for other traffic, and they hold the bikes up. So I can't really see what the purpose is. I mean, if you didn't have them there, the bike can actually go around the bus when it's parked there. When you've got them there, the bike can't go around that without going right into the opposite lane, which is clearly dangerous. So I can't see any redeeming features behind that particular design, and I wouldn't use them if I were you. The second design element that you are proposing is raised pedestrian crossings. Now, I'm not sure about these. I think conceptually they're a really good idea. From a pedestrian and a placemaking point of view, I like those. However, because of the stop-start nature and people bouncing over them, they're likely to increase emissions, slow traffic flows, and impact on bus passenger comfort. And I'm particularly concerned about the impact on emergency services. This is the main road to a major suburb. And if vehicles, police, fire, ambulance can't get there quickly along that road, it could be literally a matter of life and death. So if you haven't already got it, please, please, please talk to the emergency services. That should be absolutely essential. Some detailed comments on selected areas along the route. At Glenmore Street, great that you're going to remove the existing inline bus stop. Please don't put another couple there. I'm really concerned about the taking so much parking off Glenmore Street. It's very heavily used, particularly for the Botanic Gardens. Look, you can probably lose a lot of the coupon parking, but the reality is, unless you do something with that, you're going to get the people parking early in the morning for coupon parking. The people coming to use the Botanic Gardens are simply going to have nowhere to go. And what's it going to do to all the events that occur there, especially one of the best events in Wellington, which is the Gardens Magic program. The cars are parked right the way up the whole of Glenmore Street, both sides, early. You've got to go there early to get in there. And you've already taken out parking, of course, along Bowen Street and the lower part of Tinakori Road. So I think it will have a really negative impact on those events. Please don't narrow the road width there. At the moment, as a downhill cyclist, and as I said, I cycle down there, having that road width is actually really useful because you can manoeuvre around cars. They never pass you because you're going fast enough. And please don't put in place a downhill cycle lane. I think constraining cyclists like that will be really, really dangerous, and I wouldn't do that unless you want to take an entire lane, which doesn't exist. So my suggestion there is, and I have actually looked at the volumes of pedestrians, both morning peak and evening peak. The smallest use is the uphill route on the Botanic Garden side of Glenmore Street. And what I would suggest to you is, at least on that uphill part, what you do is you make that a shared pathway. I know Living Streets would hate it. They also hated the one on Birdwood Street, but you acknowledge that you had no complaints in about 10 years on that one. So I think you should dismiss that philosophical approach, try it out, and then you wouldn't have to narrow the road, and you could then put the cycleway on the flat bit once you got past Garden Road. If that doesn't make sense to you, then I'm happy to talk about that later on. The Horseshoe Bend, 1.1 metres stuck between a bus, especially an articulated bus, and a bank. Please don't do that. That's just downright dangerous. Leave it as it is at the moment. And I know you've had quite a number of submissions from cyclists saying that's dangerous. The bits from there on through Appleton Park, fine. Up Chater Street, I know you've had a few comments on that. That's generally fine as well. Old Karori Road, I know that the officers are looking at that just to make sure that you don't back traffic up behind whatever is happening there, because people want to turn into Old Karori Road, so getting that right is important. Between Old Karori Road and Homewood Avenue, that's fine too. It's good stuff because you've got a cycleway uphill. I don't think there's any big issues there. But please don't remove the turning bay there at Homewood Avenue, because you'll back everything up behind it, which will really adversely affect the traffic. And all you're doing really is putting a few hit sticks in. So I know officers are thinking about that too, so that will be good to take that one out. The last two things to comment on in terms of the route, one's Campbell Street. I know you're looking at putting a raised platform there. I think have a really good think about that whole intersection. It was the one which it was the next cab off the rank when we put all the other traffic lights in, and that would have gone in 2004, 2005 if we'd had the money. Now I know money's a bit tight now as well, but that's something to just think very carefully about, and I've made a lot more detailed comments in my written submission about that. And if you do put a raised platform, you're probably going to have to pull it back from the intersection anyway, because you have to have good visibility for motorists coming out, because otherwise it would just be downright dangerous again. And the final point I want to make, particularly for Karori Park Sports Club, is removal of parking on Karori Park. 3 points. One is that Karori Park is our biggest single sports ground. It's very, very heavily used, and you do need to do a parking survey there when the season is operating, and I think that's essential. The second one is you don't have any data on the number or the nature of cyclists in this area. And the third one is that we agree with many other submitters that using the back route is actually quite a good idea. Now, I cycled the back route twice and the main route. The difference in time for me was about 5%. It's not a big difference, and the reason for that, even though it's slightly longer to go along the back route, is that you don't have the major hill to go up. It's a bit flatter, and also that if you get stopped at either of the traffic lights, it's actually going to eat that 5% up anyway. So there's not a lot in it. So I'm suggesting you look to go around the back route. In conclusion, as they stand, the proposals lack balance and are significantly flawed, but by making a few of those changes, you could actually make this thing work. It'd be good for cyclists, and it'd be good for all other road users in the area, and good for our community as well. So that's what I'm encouraging you to do. And I just finish by saying it's really, really important that this consultation process is and is seen to be, that you really seem to be listening. I think that will really improve people's confidence in the council. I'm going to watch very, very carefully, and I hope that you'll take these on board, and I'm very, very happy to talk more later on. I know I've eaten my time up, so thank you very much.
No, that's okay. I think you've actually got a couple of minutes. Our next submitter's not due until 5:30. So are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Calvert, then Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thanks, Andy, and congratulations on
Thank you very much.
Election. Now, of course, this is being done on the basis of the Bike Network Plan, which was signed off in March last year, 2022, and I know that you supported it then. What, in terms from your perspective of, when you thought that was a good idea about doing this, what did you envisage would be happening to be able to implement a bike plan through Karori?
I mean, the bike plan at that level is very much conceptual. The devil is always going to be in the detail, and I think there's a lot of devils in this detail. But as I said, in this particular case, I think you can fix it. And that's what I'd encourage you to do.
Do you think we should go back out, if we can fix it, would it be appropriate to go back out to the community and test the ideas with them, or do you think we could just fix it without going back to the community?
I think some of the bits which are in there you could probably do without going out. Some of the bits I'd encourage you to have another think about, particularly I would say areas like the Campbell Street area. That's quite significant, so I'd probably look at that one in particular. And Glenmore Street, I think you've probably got to have another look at too.
Okay.
Community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Andy, congratulations again.
Thank you.
For your election. It's a bit of similar question, but in a different way. Back in 2022, when the network was passed, you say this is a good move from transport and environmental perspective, but also from an economic one, as it will be easier for people to shop and do business, which I do agree. And I support that move as well. Do you stand with that statement today?
Yeah, look, I think the question really is, as I said, design details are really important. Balance is also really important. And I think the problem here is that if you're only looking at the proposals in front of you from a cycling lens, and you're not thinking about all the other bits, or it's too dominated by a cycling lens, it is a cycleway program, but it's got to be done in the context of everything else that's around it. Transport is supposed to be the servant, and here it's being made the master. So that's a fundamental problem.
Fundamentally, you still support it, but the how is which we are very happy.
How is always going to be important in anything that you do. So yeah, the concept of getting more people on bikes, getting more people on buses, getting more people on walking, that's really, really important. Keep doing that, but it's how you do it, and that you do it in a reasonable way. But when you start getting to be anti-car, and you're making it difficult for people to get around when they need to get around, that becomes really problematic. And also the effect on other activities around it, particularly in this case the Botanic Gardens and Karori Park. The one thing I would say in terms of other activities around it, and I am grateful for the office for that, is that they haven't done anything with the parking, materially with the parking inside the two town centres.
Okay, one quick question from Councillor Randall.
Yes, you mentioned the community pushback, and you're probably aware that 70% of the submissions have been put to the council are against this proposal. Do you think that you could do a change and not reconsult with the community around that? Given is that too significant amount of pushback to say that the community has said no?
I mean, I've only read through the written, the ones which are being presented to here. I did note that there were some Karori cyclists who were going, yeah, we'd really like this, but a lot of the people in favour weren't Karori residents. They were more occasional people going to the suburb. So I think you need to take that weighting. And look, we all know that the cycling fraternity are very good at motivating themselves, and I think you've got to take that on board as well. As I said, I think there are going to be some areas you probably do need to think about. You could make some progress in some areas probably without going back, but other areas I think you do need to have another conversation. And as I said, particularly for me, it's Glenmore and Campbell will be because Campbell wraps around the whole of the Karori town centre. So those would be the two which I'd have another look at.
Well, thank you, Andy. And we actually have heard quite a lot of from a lot of local people with a lot of local knowledge, specific knowledge. It's been quite useful to add to what you've said. And big congratulations from me as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely delighted.
And it's lovely to see you all again.
All righty. Okay. We will move on to Rose.
Later on.
Rose, welcome. We have 5 minutes.
Kia ora, ko Rose Wall, taku ingoa. It's quite a formidable act to follow, but I will do my best. And apologies, I probably will refer to my notes, just feeling a bit nervous. And to be honest, I have felt hesitant at expressing my views and making this submission in this forum, but ultimately any nervousness has been outweighed by a sense of responsibility that I feel I have. I'm here to voice my support for the connection, and I think that broadening the cycling community to encourage women like me is so significant. I suspect I may be an underrepresented demographic in this submission process and recognise the group that I suppose I represent are not avid cyclists at the moment. And I think that's part of our collective challenge. And I don't underestimate the significance of the decisions that you as a group are carrying at the moment. I feel that the long-term ramifications of the things that are put in place now are going to be far, it's just so important. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought, so I'll go back to my notes because then I'm more structured. I strongly encourage you to not underestimate the importance of the decisions you're making through this process. I believe the investment in improved connections will have far-reaching ramifications and will do much to shape the future of our Wellington communities and is positive for all of the people who live here. So who do I represent? So I'm a 60-year-old female who commutes daily to and from work on my e-bike, and I'm an inner city dweller who, and I hold down a professional career in Wellington in the CBD here. So that's me in one level. I am conscious of my declining health. I'm less fit. I was involved in a very serious motor vehicle accident about 8 years ago and have been left with residual health issues. An e-bike for me is liberating and counters the consequences of the injuries I sustained. So why do I see the decision to proceed with this proposal as so important, and why is promoting cycling so valuable? And I think that's part of our collective challenge and perhaps is what I was trying to reflect earlier in terms of just having that longer term vision, because I think what you're trying to do is shape the future of how we collectively live, and don't underestimate the significance of what you're doing here. I just think it's so constructive and positive for the longer term. It creates, by having these cycleways, it creates a safer bubble for cyclists. And I recognise the value of this as I get older. Again, I'm a woman who is becoming less confident in my agility and my nimbleness. And I know I may not react as quickly as others when I'm confronted with something. And I know, most significantly, the implications of any injuries I sustain are going to be, I'm going to recover. It's not going to be as easy for me to recover, and perhaps the ramifications as I get older are going to be more significant. But that's not a reason for me not to want to stay active. And I think that's the importance too that we need to bear in mind. I'm alert to the importance of physical and mental well-being, and cycling, for me, contributes to that. And I'm sure if we just create a safe environment, so many other women just like me will be encouraged to take it up, and that's going to be for the benefit of all of us. As I looked at the overarching principles that you're looking to achieve, every one of them is incredibly important. And I think again, as individuals, as we get older, and as it becomes even more important for us to remain active and mobile. And it's integral to our emotional and mental well-being. Don't underestimate the significance of being able to get out on a bike after being stuck in an office all day, high-stress job. To get out on a bicycle is uplifting and liberating and helps to counter that. Lastly, the social connections. As I age, I also recognise the risks of social isolation, and to create easy opportunities for me to be immersed in my local communities with ready access to its amenities becomes so much more relevant. I spend probably I cycle about 20 kilometres on a Saturday and on a Sunday. I'm on my bicycle, I'm out doing my chores, connecting with people, and just being alert and alive in my Wellington city, and I'm so enjoying it. And I think the more that we can create opportunity for others to do this, the better. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rose. It's a really useful perspective, but we have run out of time.
Yes.
But it was lovely to hear what you had to say, so thank you for coming.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you. We now will move to Frith. Welcome. There's 5 minutes.
Morena. I have a handout for you, which I think the staff are bringing round. Thank you. Right. My name's Frith Finch. I have only 5 minutes, so I'm going to get right into it, and I'm going to talk fast. I'm a driver, a cyclist, bus passenger, and of course, I walk around. And I live high in the Karori Hills. I e-bike my daughter down to daycare in Marsden and back up again. And I would like to bike to work in the central city. Riding the current road route is really beyond my bike confidence. I've tried it and found it really frightening. But I would like to do it again and to be more protected as I do. So I'm a middling kind of biker who's keen on biking but needs a bit of assurance. And I think that makes me the target biker for a cycleway. So I've been waiting with excitement for this cycleway, which I see as key to making cycling beyond the suburb a practical option for me. I strongly support a cycleway to and for the suburb, but I appreciate that in response to the opposition of some of my neighbours, many of whom you've heard from, you'll be seeking a solution that keeps as many people as you can happy and compromise as part of the current proposal. I'm here to ask that the compromises you make on the cycleway don't compromise its usability. The worst outcome here is a world in which, seeking a solution for everyone, you pay for a cycleway that doesn't work for anyone. Parts of the current proposal, in my view, do seriously compromise its usability, and I'm coming at this primarily from a cyclist's perspective, but thinking about the road layout as a whole. I want to highlight these for you, and that's what the handout that you've been given refers to. I'm sorry I don't have anything for councillors online, but hopefully it will be clear. The current proposal for a cycleway in Karori includes both a complementary route and a formed partially separated cycleway running along Karori Road. However, as a result of feedback from the Karori Business Association, it's planned that where the cycleway enters any shopping area, it will disappear, reappearing after the shops. This means at Marsden Shops, the central Karori shopping area, and the Tringham Street takeaways, cyclists will have to merge suddenly with road traffic and remain in the traffic flow through these busiest parts of the suburb. I think this is dangerous and will be worse where the cycleway enters Marsden. Now, this is where I've marked A on the handout, which is based on the plans. This is an already congested area. Here, the cycle lane is just coming off an uphill, which means smooth momentum can be challenging on a bike. The gap to merge between the end of the bike lane separators and the end of the lane is very short, and it goes right across the point where traffic is turning left into Lancaster Street. There's also a busy bus stop to navigate just at the point where the cycleway ends. I think it seems to me these were last-minute changes, and I really think ending the cycleway here at the beginning of the shops is a recipe for carnage. It seriously compromises everyone's ability to navigate Marsden smoothly and safely. To me, it makes no sense to have a cycleway that gets you 80% of the way there and then strands you in the middle of the road. To make matters worse, as you approach Marsden, other changes marked at B, and you've heard a little about Homewood Ave already, make it almost impossible for cyclists to leave the main road before Marsden and access the alternative complementary route. The only way to get there before you reach Marsden to get onto the complementary route is to turn right at Homewood Ave. And as you've heard, the right turning box here is proposed to be removed. I agree with previous submitters that this will make extra congestion as vehicles will need to wait in the main lane, and it'll be very dangerous, in my view, for cyclists who will either choose to balance dangerously in the centre line or wait on the far side in the bike lane to cross two busy lanes of traffic. With poor visibility with uphill, which I think is almost impossible. These parts of the cycleway, the removal of the turn box and the stopping of the cycleway at shopping areas, taken together, they leave me with worse options than I have currently for cycling. And they severely limit the cycleway's function and everyone's safety. I'd like to see the cycleway extend through Marsden Shops at least. This has very little downside. The council's own assessment is that only 11 car parks will be lost, my count is 9, and that there is ample parking available in side streets and car parks within a 1 to 2 minute walk. Officials assess the impact of losing 9 parks on one side of the road in Marsden as low, and I agree. I've never had any trouble at all finding a park on those side streets in Marsden. Extending the cycleway through Marsden will also mean cyclists can safely turn through there to turn into the complementary route via the right turn box at Hatton Street, as intended in the complementary route plan. So I'd urge you to ensure your compromises on this plan result in workable, functional outcomes, and to reconsider the proposal through shopping areas, particularly Marsden, to improve safety for all road users and make the cycleway function as it should. Thank you.
Thank you, Frith. I unfortunately think we might have run out of time, but you've given us great props here. Yeah. You'd have a very quick one, yes?
Clarify, are you suggesting the backstreet one is your preference from this? I'm just trying to...
The complementary route, that's where I cycle currently. I live on that side of Karori.
Yeah.
So for me, with a cycleway that stops and starts as it moves through the suburb, because of that, I would prefer to move off the main street onto the complementary street.
Yeah, so this is the one you prefer?
With the current design of the cycleway that stops and starts, that's the one I prefer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We apparently do have a little more time, but because somebody has withdrawn. Are there any other questions for Frith? No? Thank you very much. I would just wonder how long you've been cycling for.
Been cycling in Karori for just over a year.
Oh, wow. And what is the most, of the route that you currently take, what's the most problematic part for you?
At the moment, the bits I find most challenging I haven't addressed in this presentation because I expect that others will address them. And those are the parts of the cycleway on either side of the route, on either side of Karori Tunnel, and also coming uphill along Glenmore Street where the traffic speed differential, as I think has been noted in the papers, is really high. Yep.
But again, we do have quite a robust solution there. So
Along Glenmore Street, yes, but I'm not. I wouldn't be confident with the changes proposed on either side of the tunnel.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right. We have Alicia online, Alicia Hall. Hi, Alicia. I can see your photo there. So you're speaking with two hats on, so you can have a total of 10 minutes. We'll put that up on the, you probably can't see it, but we've put it up there. Where you go.
Oh, kia ora koutou katoa. As you said, I was speaking twice today, once on behalf of Parents of Climate Aotearoa, and then once on behalf of myself and my whānau. First, I'm going to apologise for any background noise. COVID's hit our house for the first time in varying degrees, which is why I'm at home and not in person. So it's going to be, there's a bit of chaos in the background. So firstly, my name's Alicia. I founded Parents of Climate Aotearoa in 2019. I live in Mākara, tucked in behind the school. My partner, Jeff, he works for Capital Kiwi. A few of you may have met him when he went over the site a few weeks ago. And that's a project that came together through years of tough conversation and working through many obstacles and barriers to bring Kiwi back to the hills of Poneke through collective community effort. Which brings me to our own Let's Talk Climate project and potentially down a little rabbit hole. We run workshops that support people to learn how different ways to talk with people at home and in their communities about climate change, local impacts, and also what inclusive community-led solutions might look like. And some of the findings of the project have been interesting and why I wanted to separate out my submissions to you today. So at the beginning of the project, we ran a short survey with over 300 responses across the wards. We wanted to determine if people were talking about climate change and in what ways, and if they're aware of the council's Te Atakura First to Zero emissions reduction plan. Only 6% said yes, they were. 15% said yes, but not the content. 14% said yes, but only a little bit about it. And 65% said no. They had no idea that it existed. On the flip side, 85% want to know what the solutions are to mitigate and adapt to the climate change in their local area. In our workshops and our events, when it comes to cycleways, some people have a very visceral reaction to them. Even when only moments earlier, we could all be in agreement that we are really concerned about climate change, what the impacts on our children and grandchildren might be, and that we need to reduce emissions as quickly as possible. The way that we've treated climate change through siloing out the problems and the solutions is making it really difficult for people to connect the dots and see the interconnections. I can see that playing out now in my community in Karori. You know, there's concern about climate change, and one of those impacts is slips closing off transport routes, which we had a year or two ago, actually. People wanting more bus services to be less reliant on cars, especially with rising fuel costs and the cost of living crisis. And yet cycleways, which is one of the simplest, most efficient, multi-benefit solutions, is seen as a luxury and only for the few. However, there is a cultural shift happening through younger generations, and we need to normalise cycling as one of the emission reduction solutions, just like walking and public transport. We need the infrastructure in place, and we need to have much more constructive adult conversations about cycleways on all sides of the debate. A lot of us don't like change because it can mean uncertainty, and so we get stuck in the weeds of the problem instead of talking about how we can work through it, how we can accommodate the needs of everyone in our community, including the safety and well-being of community members who bike to work or school and for other reasons. So getting stuck in the weeds of whataboutism is a bit of a delay tactic that's not helpful, it's not constructive, and it keeps us stuck in the status quo. So it'd be really great if we could, begin to start painting that bigger picture view of how putting in the infrastructure for better walking, cycling, and public transport will improve all our lives, and that we'll all benefit mentally, physically, and financially. So after that big spiel, Parents of Climate Aotearoa fully supports the plans for a Karori cycleway and safety improvements for the roads. So that's that part done. So I just go into my own thing, or?
Yes, I think probably questions can come at the end if you're comfortable with that.
cycle. Okay, now I'm going to put on my me hat. So me, I'm a mum of three. My younger two go to Market School and my eldest goes to Wellington High. I took public transport everywhere, and if I lived in a flat town or city, I cycled until I was 33 when I had to get my license for a job. And then I had my first child a few months later, and that was the slippery slope to car dependency. So I fully support the improvements and the cycleways, and lots of people, including the person before me, have helpfully submitted to the impacts of potential changes. So just to let you know, I support these two instead of repeating the same things. One thing I was really relieved to see was the raised crossings, because far too many people here view the existing crossings as an optional stop, and I've witnessed a scary amount of near misses. I love walking, but walking down to the city means crossing the road a few times where there's no lights or crossings because the path has run out and is now across the road. One of those Wellington quirks. I'm also one of those people who would love to give an e-bike a go. I've got a major aversion to biking up hills. So as someone who regularly drives down to the city, I just feel like it's too unsafe for me to give it a go. There have been horrendous accidents. We've lived here for 2 years now. And on the local page, regularly accidents come up. And with no cycleway, it just would add stress to my life that I don't need. My 14-year-old would love to bike to school, as the bus he takes is very crowded. He'd love to use a connected and protected cycleway to get there. Regarding impacts for local businesses, I know many people have already provided evidence that cycleways either have zero negative impact or slightly improve them. Both business areas have car parks in the mall or behind the stores in Marsden. I don't even know if I've ever even parked on the road when I've gone there. I've just parked in the car parks behind both business areas. When I drive along protected cycleways, like particularly coming up Bowen, I notice a really positive impact on my mental health. I feel a lot less stressed and worried, and the trip is more smoother. Many cyclists do the Karori-Johnsonville loop, so there's a lot of traffic, especially in the weekend, with people using the mountain bike park too. So I strongly believe that a cycleway will be well used when it's put in. When I do take the bus, I drive up to Karori Park, and what I'd love to see solve that problem, I think I've heard some submitters before talk about this, is a lot of commuters do the same thing as me and we park up there, but it would be really awesome if there was, I don't know where or how, but a park and ride to support the bus service up there would be fantastic, or even a small bus service from Market itself would be even better. I just got back from a short trip to Sydney after a 23-year absence, and wow, the uptake of pedestrianised areas was incredible. Businesses were pumping, bikes were whizzing around, light rail, and there's a crisscross network of buses, and I'm hoping that we can have all those nice things here as well. So basically, mums want to cycle to work. We want to collect our kids from school. We want to take them to Saturday sports. We want to cut costs for health and fitness. We want protected cycleways as key to helping whānau onto their bikes. We tend to trip chain quite a bit, so connected cycleways are important. And as parents, I believe that we need to have that difficult conversation around Saturday sports and how we can manage that much better than clogging up traffic, working on finding alternative solutions. Our kids want choice. We need to normalise multimodal transport, and older people cycle as well. My in-laws have taken it up for health and fitness reasons. I think it's good for mental health, and not only for cyclists, but for people who drive too. It's a pragmatic solution to the cost of living crisis. It's a more cost-efficient way of getting around. We're future-proofing for a changing world, and just like the pipes, delaying it just makes things more expensive, and it's less congestion for those who choose to drive. So yeah, I fully support these plans, and I look forward to using the cycleway in the near future.
Wow.
Yeah. That's my big blurb.
So just to clarify then, you don't currently ride because of the safety aspects, which I can appreciate. And your kids don't either, but you were happy as a car driver to accept some of these changes on the road, knowing that that's going to allow for other people to be safer and ride, and one day would like to yourself. Does that summarise it?
Very much.
Yeah, good. Do we have any other questions? Do we have any other questions for Alicia? No, that's been really useful, and you've given us some of that kind of background, high-level reasoning as to why this is, why you're supporting this, and thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Right, I think.
We have the next two speakers haven't arrived quite yet.
So we can actually take a short break, which I don't know about the rest of you, but I could well use a coffee. So we'll take a short break until.
Peter and Peter.
Yeah, so until 5 past. Very short break, micro break. little break, but we're back and ready to hear from you.
Very good.
You have 5 minutes, which needs to include questions if you wish it to.
Right. Okay. Do I just start?
You can just start.
Right. Okay. So I've been a cyclist for many, many years and grew up in Canberra and had advantage of the cycleways in Canberra. The cycleways in Canberra are specifically built and are well away from the traffic and built between the suburbs. They then started to build some cycleways along some of the major arterial roads in Canberra, and unfortunately my neighbour, when I was about 14 years old, was killed on one of these just because it was fast-moving traffic with slow-moving person. And later, my son lives in Melbourne, and they've done a similar sort of thing in Melbourne with the where they've done a lot of traffic taming and blocking off. Melbourne's built on a grid arrangement, and they've blocked off a lot of roads and made it sort of quiet zones, and then they've put the cycleways away from the main areas and into that. So I'm fully supportive of having the cycleway through. My wife Wendy cycles into town on a reasonably regular basis. She works in an office in town. I work out in Lower Hutt, so I'm driving into town. The couple of issues I've had is we've been asking for a dedicated busway in and out of Karori Road since I moved to Karori about 20 years ago, and I've been told that there's not been budget to do it. And it looks as though the area that would be most suitable for the busway is now being dedicated for a cycleway, and the buses are now looking to stop in the middle of the road. Now, there's a couple of issues I've got with that. One is it makes the congestion in Wellington, in Karori, worse because we've now got buses stopping and starting and all the rest of it. And coming home, I'm sort of come through Glenmore Street and Tinakori Road on a reasonably regular basis, and quite regularly the cars are banked up all the way down to the motorway, with not able to get through the traffic lights because you've got at some times of the day you've got quite a few buses going through, and the buses stop at the bottom of Glenmore Street. The traffic can't get past. Traffic changes. The cars haven't got through. You get another bus stop there, and so on and so forth. And you actually get people who are going up through there. The other thing that concerns me about the in-lane bus stops is the behaviour that seems to be going on down Adelaide Road with a similar sort of arrangement. And I'm referring to Brian Crump's YouTube video on the 27th, where he was talking about etiquette on the bus stops there. And then another video by a person called Adam M, which is on the Wellington Cycle Facebook page. And this is on the 16th of February, where he was riding down the cycleway at 40 kilometres an hour through bus stops. And there were people, it looked as though there were people waiting at the bus stops, and he's riding through there at 40 kilometres an hour. That, in my view, is an extremely dangerous thing to be doing. With the advent of electric bicycles, it's likely that people are going to be riding at 25 kilometres an hour through busy bus stops, and it's only a matter of time before somebody gets hit by a high-speed cyclist who's standing at a bus stop. The alternative that I think should be seriously thought about is to put some barriers in Friend Street, have the cycleway go up Friend Street so that the cyclists are well away from the traffic. And I've forgotten the name of the other street. It comes out near Marsden College there. and then make Karori Road make the whole of Karori Road 30 kilometres an hour. In fact, I think we should make the whole of Karori 30 kilometres an hour, to be quite honest, because we've got a lot of mountain bikers and all the rest of it going up and down there. And then have a dedicated bus lane that goes between 7 and 9 that goes towards the city, and then a dedicated bus lane that comes away from the city between 3:30 and 5 o'clock in the evenings. That way, that you get a clear access for all of those for all the bus commuters that are coming through, and it doesn't interfere with the traffic that's coming through. It appears that there's a fairly ardent group of.
Peter, you will need to just make your last few points if you don't mind. We've run out of 5 minutes. Yeah.
That's my view on the thing. I think narrowing the road and putting inlane bus stops, and then having cyclists riding through those bus stops is a really dangerous thing to be doing, and I think they should really start to consider the shared spaces between a cycleway and a bus stop, particularly with people commuting on electric bicycles.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for coming and sharing those thoughts.
That's all right.
We've appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving to James. James, welcome. We missed you this morning, but glad to see you now.
Kia ora koutou, mō taku he. Sorry, clearly some confusion around speaking time.
That's all right. Floor is all yours.
Righty-ho, kia ora koutou, ake mihi kia koutou I tēnei rā. You will probably already know Sarah, is it? I've got a weird view of you. I can see the back of your head. I can see Nuruddin and Diane very well. Kia ora koutou. So, you will probably know that I do not live in Karori. I live in Newtown. I was a trainee teacher. I was one of the last ones who went through to the Teachers College in Karori. And I think having a look at what is planned, I do think it's a very good pragmatic approach. So clearly we just heard an awful lot of concern about bus stops. And that is a very real, genuine concern which is happening at the moment. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that with these designs, the main actual cycleways as such are just uphill ones. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's right through the whole road at Karori Road.
Yeah. But we don't really... this is for you to tell us what you think, James.
Well, clearly, so that's a good point. If it's not uphill all the way, then that's a valid concern around the use around bus stops. But actually with the uphill ones, clearly there isn't going to be cyclists zooming past at 40 kilometers per hour on an uphill cycle lane. I can understand that concern in downhill areas, but in uphill areas, it frankly isn't really a valid concern. Because even for an e-bike to be going 40 kilometers per hour uphill, you'd need to have really grunty e-bike. The final point is, I understand that, of course, it's a problem and an issue for some people who live in the area, but to be perfectly honest, we are in a climate crisis and we do need to get as many people out of cars and into buses and bikes and walking as possible. And this is one small pragmatic step towards that. I would say, like, even if the only thing you actually win on this, or manage to get through or reach consensus on, is uphill cycling infrastructure in that area on Glenmore Street, is it Chater Street? Chater Road? Then even that would make a big difference. And I think it would also actually mesh in what is planned quite well going uphill on Karori Road, would mesh in quite well with what you've done in Aro Valley, where you've got an uphill cycling lane there. That was the route I would often use to get to the teachers' campus in Karori, partly because it avoided the Karori Tunnel. And there are completely valid points about the fact that this current cycling plan doesn't address the pinch point, which is the Karori Tunnel. And that is very True. It is a pinch point for all sorts of things in that area, and it's very hard to address that. So it's not really, I would say, a valid argument. If we were to use pinch points in Wellington as an argument against any traffic infrastructure, any transport infrastructure, we would get nothing done because this city is full of pinch points. And so the best point is, how do you navigate that in the safest way possible for everyone using it? And I think looking at the current plan, that has been thought through. The other point is, I understand that money is an issue. And I understand that the council's got some pretty stretched finances. If you want, I've checked with my partner, if you want to volunteer to help with any of these cycle projects, I am very happy to put my hand up this school holidays. I've checked with my partner, it's a very real offer. So if there's anything which can be done to help reduce the costs to make these things happen, and it's important, then hello, give me a high-vis vest and a tin of paint and a brush. Give me the stencils. I can put the stencils down. Give me a yellow tin of paint and a brush. I can put yellow no parking lines down. So that is a real offer. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you, James. We appreciate all of that. Does anyone have a question? James, are you currently riding, walking, or public transporting most of the time?
I usually work out in the hut. I'm attending a noho marae today, so I've got the day off before I go this afternoon. So I use my bike and I get the train from the station to the hut. So I have been enjoying the cycle lane through to Waitangi Park every single day. And I think some of you received my email about our family doing a little excursion. And it was great to be able to have our girls 7 and 5 safely cycling on Wellington streets.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your submission and for making the effort to come and see us. We appreciate it. Thank you, James.
Good up.
Yeah. Up to Linda. What about the other Peter? Okay. Linda, welcome. Yes, thank you.
So nothing that I'm about to say will come as any surprise to anybody in this room or listening online. Karori needs safer routes for cycling. The reason for this is that if it's not safe, people won't cycle. And we need people to have cycling as a real choice, and that has the advantages of having a little bit less carnage on the road. I personally know several people who have been collected at Raroa Chater Street intersection. It has the benefits for public health that we all get a little bit of exercise. It reduces pollution. It's part of our climate action activity. We all know that in Wellington, transport accounts for most of the emissions, and we can reduce that very easily if we make it safe for cycling, and therefore people will actually cycle. It also means that for the people who are cycling, there's less strain on their pockets. It's way cheaper to ride a bike than it is to drive your car and maintain it. However, we don't think that it goes far enough, as usual. What we would like to see is continuous protected cycle lanes everywhere. If that's not possible, and in some places it isn't, then speed needs to be reduced so that there's more. There are fewer mistakes made. It's easier to correct yourself if you're driving and you're about to make an error. If you're going at 30 k's as opposed to 50 k's, it's just way easier to, you've got more time and it's way easier to make it safe for everybody else. As a member of Cycle Wellington, I'm really concerned about the gaps and the pinch points, particularly at the Botanic Gardens with the treatment that's been given for buses. We can expect that there's lots of tour buses are going to be parking and moving around the Botanic Gardens because it's one of the jewels of our city, but it makes it quite dangerous for people going by on bikes. very keen on Appleton Park to be utilised as a way for people to avoid the Chater Raroa situation. Although we don't want to be, wholesale taking out parks in order to put little highways through them. And very strongly feel that bus stops should not be in bike lanes. In line in the road is fine, but not in line in bike lanes, because then bikes have got to pop out, and then that makes it way more dangerous. I think it's listening to what a previous submitter said. Is perfectly appropriate for buses to be in line in the road, because when you think, well, 50 people on a bus or me in my car, who should have priority? Not really hard to say the buses should have priority. And if the buses are more efficient, run faster, then people are more likely to use them, and then that's better for all of us because there's just less volume on the road. So that's what I've got to say today.
Thank you for that, Linda. I do have a question.
Yeah.
You mentioned in-lane and the bike lane. Do we have a situation in those plans with that?
Yeah, I think we do.
Oh, okay, I'll check that out later. Just to see if there's any other option or why that's needed to be done.
Yeah.
There's been a point made that we need the bus lanes more than the bike lane uphill, but my understanding is Metlink have actually said they think the buses will travel more effectively if there's a bike lane to keep those slower cyclists actually out of the way. So the bus may in fact be faster just in a traffic lane if the bikes were out of the way. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I think it's always, if you're on a bike, you always feel better if you're not mingling with buses. And there's nothing like, puffing your way uphill and then feeling really kind of self-conscious because there's a vehicle behind, especially if it's got a whole lot of people in it, like buses obviously do. And I mean, I've got an electric bike now, so I am doing less of that puffing with vehicles behind me. But yeah, like buses and bikes aren't really a great combination for either the people driving the buses or the people on the bikes.
And just another question similar. There's been some concern expressed about the narrowness of the bike lane up Glenmore Street, and would it be an advantage if it was wide enough, or there was some way for faster bikes to be able to pass slower bikes on that stretch?
Yeah, I think it would. I mean, they feel really narrow, and obviously there's not, whether that's the perception, what you feel when you're riding, and same on Adelaide Road. But it's like roads. Like sometimes if someone's slow in front of you, you can't just decide that you're going to go ahead. Sometimes you just have to wait. And I think that's okay. But yeah, wider is always better. But you don't want to be like close passed by someone on a bike, just the same as you don't want to be close passed by somebody on a car.
Are there any other questions for Linda? No, I think that's probably it. But thank you very much, as always, for making the time and coming and giving us your feedback. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, that brings us to the end of our, where we can have lunch. It brings us to the end of our morning. So we will be back at 1:15, which gives us a good, decent break. 1:15, 1:15. Yeah. could just invite the committee members to take their seats, of which there are not very many of us around the table today, but we do have Councillor McNulty online. Next up we have River. You are the next one. And you have 5 minutes,
Awesome.
which includes questions, as you'll remember from last time, and the floor is yours.
I'll try to read through this quickly. So I've been thanked before for my positivity at the meetings, talking about how excited I am for all the new infrastructure that'll make the communities faster and safer, quieter, more accessible. But I've been riding a bike now for the past couple months. So I'd love to tell you all about how much fun I'm having and how much better my health is, how much more accessible Wellington has become for me, all the little trips that I make to the shops, put money in the economy. That's all true. But what I've come to say today is if separate safe infrastructure is not installed in Karori and elsewhere, I will not die on the roads, I will be killed. In the past couple months, I've had more close overtakes than I can count. Drivers overtaking where there isn't room, going over double yellow lines to overtake me by a hair's width. Sometimes they do me the favour of doing it in front of those speedy signs so I can see that they've gone 10k over the limit to do it. It doesn't matter if I'm going 30 in a 30 or 45 in a 50. It's like many drivers' brains shut down as soon as they see a cyclist and they decide they must get ahead at all costs, even if I'm going to end up at that advanced box in front of them, assuming they haven't parked in it. It doesn't matter how much of a goody-good cyclist I am, doesn't matter if I'm riding at the same speed as traffic. To many on the road, a second of travel time is worth more than my life. I hear all sorts of complaints about cyclists. I saw one run a red light, or they use pedestrian crossings without waiting, and each of those comes with an implied, therefore, they deserve to die. I'm sure that everybody who is submitting today is a model driver who passes only when it's safe to do so and respects the legal right of people to ride a bike on the road, but all it takes is one. On a trip out to Silverstream, I was given directions by a man on a bike with "Dad" written on the back of his vest to remind people in cars that he is a human being. I hear from people who say, I love cycling, but I've had to give it up because I don't want to orphan my children. And that's what's at stake here. On the one hand, people want to go hit 50k for a second before they have to put their brakes on. And on the other hand, we're saying we don't want to die pointlessly. Thank you.
Thank you, River. Well, that's a bit sobering. Are you likely to be using these particular Karori lanes? Are they going to help you?
All the time.
All the time.
I go up Glenmore Street. I'm regularly hitting to Karori, and just the other day I had a 10-minute cycle where I was overtaken on double yellow lines multiple times. I was almost doored a couple of times. It's kind of scary, and I feel really compelled to keep up with traffic. A lot of the time I feel compelled to break the speed limit because all of the traffic around me is breaking the speed limit.
Have you had a chance to have a look at the plans, and do you have any specific feedback?
The little thing, I'm sure it is, you look at, there's so much consultation, I really find it hard to keep track, to be honest.
Well, I'll just focus on your current trip.
Yeah.
On your current trip, what would you identify as some of the most hair-raising points along the route? And,
Oh, I can't, there's that little apartment building you head, and there's a section right before where there's like a light for the queue.
Are we on Karori Road itself, or are we going up the hill?
We're going up the hill, I think. I'm not sure. This is the if you just follow Glenmore Street and then you go through the tunnel and then you go through that main route. I'm not sure what roads.
It's probably as you come up to the top of the hill and start to turn into Karori itself.
Yeah, where you pass, where you would turn off to Zealandia, and then after there.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know.
But I'm heading up Glenmore Street. It's quite scary. It spits you right into traffic right as you're going uphill. I can go 30k uphill. I got a really flash e-bike, but it's still quite scary. And I don't want to hold people up, but I also don't want to be right in the zone where someone could open their door and I hit them at 30k.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the committee? No. Well, thank you very much for that feedback from your own experience. It's useful, very useful.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, River. Next up, we have John Singleton. Welcome. Welcome, John. We've heard that a lot of people use your dental service, so we're very keen to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. So I'm John Singleton, and I'm making this submission on behalf of our practice, Singleton Dental, which is at 338 Karori Road. Firstly, I'd like to reiterate an important point from my written submission, which is that I'm a cyclist and I am in favour of cycling being made more accessible and safer. And for that reason, as I stated, I believe the best solution wherever possible is to reroute cyclists off the main thoroughfares to protect them from motor vehicles, especially heavy vehicles such as trucks and buses. Mahatma Gandhi is credited with the adage, "The measure of a society is how it treats its weakest members." Last week I told an 85-year-old patient of mine, who's now almost completely blind, reliant on someone to bring her to her appointments, that we are faced with no parking outside our building. She cried. We have patients with myriad mobility issues who attend. Many are relatively new to our practice since we relocated 6 years ago. Our architect has a sibling with spina bifida and ensured that our hallways and doorways are wide enough for easy passage. I'm aware that some of our disabled patients and or their family members have made submissions to that effect. To gain resource consent for our practice, which was SR 368318, we were obliged to do a parking survey and agree to the terms of our staff parking 100 metres away from the building and not on Karori Road. We're upset with the lack of reciprocal commitment to our businesses' parking requirements by council. The current layout means that our patients will be required to park across Karori Road and cross Karori Road, or park at least 100 metres away on Morley or Tringham Streets. There is a proposed CCS-approved mobility park on Richmond Ave. I'm told by council that this is, quote, only 75 metres away, but access to our surgery using a pedestrian crossing is at least 200 metres. That's an insurmountable barrier to many people and shows a complete lack of understanding of a disabled person's lot. I note that council have a proposal for a mobility park at 57A Chater Street, with the cycleway diverting around it. Having set this precedent, I would request the same for our vulnerable patients, society's weakest members who are faced with the council imposing a barrier to their healthcare. I would put it to council that there is a wider road at 338 Karori Road than there is at 57 Chater Street, with far greater visibility, making a mobility park a simple variation. I'd be open to discussing our clinic contributing to any increase in cost to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And you talked about cycling on quieter streets. There is there's been some suggestion that the main cycle route through Karori should be through the back streets of Friend. And just
Samuel
wondering,
Parnell and Ranelagh.
Yeah, just wondering what you.
I think that's a magnificent idea. The day that the written submissions were due, I took some photos which I was going to add to my submission, and I'm not sure if I did or not. As I was walking to work, and there were two instances where on a section of Karori Road, probably about 310, there's a very narrow section. There's a lot of small flats there, and a lot of people park on the street. And there was a logging truck heading into town from Makara full of logs, and there was a bus going the other way. And I've listened to River before me, and ideally he would be on a road where there weren't those sorts of vehicles. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I just was going to ask if there's any possibility in your mind of mobility parking in the side street. I know it's a little further away.
Well, that is a proposal that, is it Johnny on your team who would have been emailed me about earlier in the week. But as I say, to go from there, that was my point, that there is this proposal, which is only 75 metres, but if you have had a stroke, 75 metres is a very long way. particularly if it involves crossing Karori Road without a crossing. And to use a crossing, you have to go down almost to the Tringham Street intersection and cross there and then come all the way back down the other side of Karori Road, which is probably at least 200 metres.
Okay, so in this case, it's more that it isn't actually 75 metres, which even that
Well,
is...
it's 75 metres if they're prepared to, with the mobility they haven't got, to try to race across Karori Road where they don't have a pedestrian crossing.
Mm. All right. Are there any further questions from the committee members? Ben, do you have anything? Councillor McNulty, do you have a question at all? No? I think we don't. We have understood your issue,
Okay.
and we'll see what can be done, if anything. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the next person is Colin. Hello. Colin Peacock. Welcome. It's 5 minutes.
Okay. Sure.
And the floor is yours.
All right. I just want to say, first of all, I think the council process has been very smooth. The submission process I thought was excellent, and getting the reminders to turn up today at the right time, the whole thing worked perfectly, and I commend and thank the council for that. I'm not a Karori resident, I should say from the outset, but I grew up there and learned to cycle there, and my parents still live there in the same place, so for a lot of time, a lot of years, I've been cycling in and out on a regular basis through the main road route. So if my perspective doubles up with people like River speaking previously and other of the submitters today, you don't have any further questions, that's fine, I won't be offended, and that's not a problem. But I don't propose to comment on specifics of the design route, say, such as you might have just heard from Mr. Singleton, because I think that's probably best addressed by people directly affected by it who live there. But I'd say I'm one of the people that is happy to cycle without cycle lanes. I've sort of adapted to that and become used to it, so I'm not afraid of being, sharing the road with traffic. But just because I, learned to ride those roads as a kid, and now as a sort of almost retiree adjacent age, going through all those processes, I think things really have changed. So in the absence of cycle lanes, I think that the role of a cyclist is you effectively learn you've got to be out of everybody's way. And I think that the cycle lane's now essential because although there's competing demands for road space and so on, it's just becoming harder and harder to actually be out of everybody's way. It's not all cars, it can even be pedestrians who seem to lose their fear of being in the roadway as well from time to time. But I think there's several things that make cycle lanes in a separated cycle space essential. So there's more cars on the road now, and there's more people in the suburbs, and there's just more traffic, more short trips are being done. And I think that's definitely grown in the times I can remember. In the 40 years I've cycled those roads. Cars are bigger now as well, and you become really acutely aware of that as you're cycling alongside parked cars, that you can see some of the top-selling vehicles today protrude out of the car parks often, maybe about 8 or 12 inches, and that might seem a relatively trivial distance across a wider roadway, but it kind of isn't when you're cycling, and the vehicle that's passing you on the right may well be a little oversized as well. So I think that's something I don't think that's often commented on a great deal. And some of the submissions I read to this made a point that they would like to see, they don't see great stats for death and injury, and they feel the need possibly isn't that acute, and cycling is not as dangerous as some people feel. And I would say that possibly that's because cars are better now. Power-assisted braking and steering and so on make collisions and fatal accidents or serious accidents a bit less likely. But I think that also means that cars drive in a way which make particularly unexpert cyclists or people who might want to do it afraid to do so, because cars are very confident, travelling very close to each other and very close to cyclists. And some popular larger vehicles today can be right up to shoulder height, passing you quite closely, and feel very confident about doing it because cars handle better today than the sort of, Hillman Hunters or whatever that would have been on the road when I was young. So I think those are things that ought to be borne in mind. And while I do believe most drivers are courteous and safe and so on, in the course of a cycle ride, now with more congested roads in and out of places like Karori, you're going to encounter more people that will be in a hurry, and more likely that you will encounter those that are less likely to do the right thing, check before opening doors and all of that. So the risks increase. And I think when I was a kid, I was more afraid of cycling at night because there were fewer vehicles on the road that would travel faster and lights weren't great. And now I think you have to be more hyper alert in the daytime. You know, I feel more relaxed riding at night, which sort of feels a little weird. And one final comment. A lot of people in their submissions have commented on the cost. To me, it seems like if you put in a cycleway, it might cost a bit. If it has to be remediated, that might cost a bit. But it's not as if traffic work, putting in crossings, the work that needs to be done to mediate the heavy use of traffic and the safety of crossings and so on doesn't also cost money. So I don't really see cycle lanes as any kind of extraordinary extra expense, but should be regarded as part of, you know, regular road maintenance and mitigation. And that's all.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you one question, which is just about the downhill. We're not proposing any downhill cycle lane here. Do you see that as a major drawback?
Not necessarily, because the main road is fairly wide. So that's okay, just as long as there's enough space. And I think with the calculations that vehicles are wider and so on. The two incidents of dooring, such as River was mentioning before, that I've seen on Karori Road, oddly have happened in the uphill space. Approaching, I think, Fleur Street before the Marston Village, both in the same spot of vehicles parking in the bays where they feel safe to open a door and kind of surprised to see a cyclist coming. But the impact a bit less if people are going uphill, obviously.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Colin. That's been useful, and we appreciate your time coming to speak to us. Rosemary, welcome. You're welcome to stand or sit, whatever feels more comfortable. That's fine. All yours.
Good afternoon. I'm a Karori resident. I live in Fortuna Close, and I'm also a bus user. I would use the Karori bus 5 or 6 days a week, mainly to go to work, but also for other reasons. Incidentally, if there is a serious suggestion that the bike lane be transferred from Karori Road to Friend Street, I would make the point that I think that should be subject to a further consultation process, because that is obviously a significant change for those who live in the area of Friend Street. I've got 3 points that I want to make, and I'm going to start with what I think is the most important one, which is a general point about how this should be subsequently assessed, because obviously the bike lane rollout is going ahead across Wellington. It's started in a number of places already, and Karori is yet to come. We've been told that it's being done to achieve Wellington's contribution towards the mitigation in relation to climate change, and that it's designed to address severe congestion in Wellington currently and to come in the future. And it's also costing somewhere in the vicinity of 226 million, which for a cash-strapped council as this one is not an insignificant sum of money. So what I would like to see is some serious targets set in terms of the uptake of the bike lanes and the increased use of public transport. And I think targets should be set seriously so that we know what is considered a success for this kind of expenditure and this kind of inconvenience and upheaval, because that's what it will be for many people. And once the targets have been set, I'd like to see a real evaluation done in whatever the agreed period of time is. It might be two years, say, that looks at exactly how many people are using the bike lanes, at what times of day they're using it, but also does an assessment of the social impact of the changes to the road layouts that are coming. Because there will be a social impact. And so the sorts of people that I'd like to see talk to about what is planned and what is happening are those who take children to school, those who use Karori Park, people like Mr. Singleton, for example, the dentist, who's obviously concerned about the ability of his patients to access their dental health care from this point on. Business, obviously, should be asked about the consequences for them of the loss of the car parks. So I think there needs to be a proper evaluation done, and not just an assumption that we are doing our bit for climate change and we are doing our bit for congestion, if in fact there isn't a serious uptake in the use of the bike lanes. My second point is actually a very specific matter, and that's in relation to the loss of the car parks in Glenmore Street. 241 car parks out of 315 are going, and this is one area where I think there may be a social impact that should be assessed in a couple of years' time. The blurb on the council's website says that there'll be a reduction in short stay parking, that may require visitors to the gardens to find off-street parking elsewhere, use of one of 5 nearby paid car parking areas, or use of public or active transport. I don't think there is any alternative car parking for many people, and this again is Mr Singleton's point really, to the current car parking that exists around the area of the Botanical Gardens. Families arrive with bikes and trikes, and they bring elderly people with wheelchairs and walking sticks and all the rest of it. Those people can't come from some distance to access the gardens. And my concern is that if we reduce the accessibility of the gardens, we risk turning the place into the plaything of those who are comfortable enough to live in Thornton and are able to walk there. So I'd like to see what happens to access to the gardens in a couple of years' time as well, and whether we do see a drop-off in families visiting elderly people, going to see the tulips in spring when they're at their most impressive. And my third point is actually around the bus measures that are coming in. Frankly, I'm unconvinced by the bendy buses and the need that goes with those to extend the bus stops, which also means that car parks go. I know there's been a trial, but I'd really like to see a more adequate trial that actually takes account of the ability of the buses to pick up people and doesn't cause a slowdown in itself because they're simply bigger and take longer, and doesn't result in fewer buses being, and therefore a reduction in the adequacy of the service on our bus routes. I understand the need to take out a couple of bus stops along Karori Road. I actually think that makes some sense, but I'm not convinced by the extended bus stops that will have an impact on parking. That's my.
Well, that was so well timed. I think we've actually probably don't have time for questions, but you were exceptionally clear. I've written quite a few notes. Thank you very much. I think you've raised some interesting points. We've got Bethany. Oh, Bethany, hello. You've got 5 minutes, which needs to include questions, if you'd like them. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I ride my bike all around the city. I live in Kingston, but I've been riding to Karori over the past few weeks and will continue to do so because I'm teaching kids at schools in Karori to ride bikes. So I am a huge advocate for everyone being able to ride and everyone being able to commute safely by bike. And I have so many friends who, adult friends, even though I teach both adults and kids, so many adult friends and even friends in Different Spokes, which is a queer cycling group that I'm part of, who still continue to tell me how much they would like to ride, but that they're too scared, or that they feel iffy about riding in Wellington. And we're making such amazing progress. And so I try and reassure them as much as I can that the cycleways are being made and they're getting better and better. So I just urge you to continue on this process of making them more robust and especially importantly, connecting them all up, because that I feel is what will make the difference for people feeling like cycling is viable in a safe way in Wellington. And of course, making them comfortable and enjoyable to ride as well. Cambridge and Kent Terrace, Cambridge specifically, and a little bit along Kent, being a really great example of that, how enjoyable it is to ride along there now. It's really wonderful. And so this is a support generally for all the connected cycleways, and including Karori, and I go there all the time. I guess what I would personally like to see, even though this isn't on the cards in this particular submission, is a more safe cycle route from Ardle Valley as well, because that's my main way of getting up there. And I'd like to think that people from the south can make their way over to Karori in a really safe, protected cycleway way as well, because I know people from my side of town and my family who I'd love to be able to go to the Botanical Gardens, to Gardens Magic by bike. is that as we get less and less parking, as we try and encourage climate-friendly ways of doing it. But I'm really excited about what is happening. I like protected cycleways in both directions, not just uphill. And even though I'm a relatively comfortable cyclist, even I feel the pressure to move into the dangerous door zone sometimes, or to weave in and out. I don't as much as I can, but there is that pressure when you're going downhill, knowing that other traffic will will often want to overtake you or be quite close to you. So definitely interested in cycleways in both directions. I also support the lowering of speed limits. I'm really excited to see some of that coming up as well. And I think I had some more points about. Oh, and one other thing I wanted to bring up is I know it's tricky in the midway point towards transformational cycleway infrastructure, but I do find those cycleway separators that are like little speed bumps quite hazardous. And I've had friends that have been injured on them, and or kids that have been injured on them, or fallen off at least, along the island-based cycleway. And I know there's different ones of different lengths, but I did see some of those in the Karori one. And so my suggestion is for cycleway separators to have at least some gaps, or gaps that are slightly wider than they are, so that you can merge into the main traffic flow. If you need to turn right, or if you need to overtake another slower cyclist in the cycleway nice and safely, because it's pretty freaky going over those, even though I know they're there to separate the cycleway from car traffic. So that would be great. I love the idea of that cycle and pedestrian path going along the park. I think that's such a fun idea. It is important to make that safe from dogs as well, because I have had quite a few moments cycling along fields where dogs have chased me, and I'm not worried about my own safety necessarily in those situations. I'm actually worried about the dogs, because they often get excited and get in front of the bike. So if we're creating viable options like that for cycling along parks with an actual pathway, let's just think about how we're separating them from dogs who might be using those parks. I'd love to also see one of those in McAllister Park. That would be amazing, because that is a route that at least a lot of cyclists used to take, and would love to see a pathway there. It's a little bit tricky at the moment because it's always flooded and always muddy, so I never bother going there, and also there isn't a proper cycle path there, but that would be amazing. I also appreciate the pedestrian improvements, and Bethany, I have lots of pedestrian friends as well.
I just need to ask you to make your last few points.
Oh yes, of course. Well, that was basically it. I think it's really important that both pedestrians and cyclists have a safe, enjoyable way to get around, and do both healthy and climate-friendly ways to get around. So thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you very much for coming and taking the time to speak to us. And I agree with you about the separators. You don't want to try and ride over them at speed. But yeah, so gaps are a good idea. But thank you. And I've written quite a few notes, so thank you very much, Bethany.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. So Ross, do we have Ross? Welcome, Ross, and you've got 5 minutes. It does go by quite quickly.
Tēnā koutou, no Ross Edmonds tōku ingoa. I'm a Kahorori resident. I live on Kahorori Road, so it's quite passionate to me around the changes. I would like to thank the council for some of the sessions that they've had. They've been quite informative, some more than others. We had some good outputs with one where we actually had a good conversation around outside Karori Road. You've got a bus stop on each side of the road. Maybe spreading those apart would make it safer because it's on a blind corner. So that was a good one. The probably downside for me was most of the answers to the questions around where do you park, just plan better and park in the side streets and how much conversations had with those people who live in the side streets around, you're not going to possibly be able to park outside your house when you get home from work. I know it's not a thing, but people expect it. It's not a given. And they get that on a Saturday when football's playing anyway. So for me, I'm a cyclist. I cycle to work not too often, probably once a fortnight. I'm up and doing mountain biking up in Makara. I enjoy it. I go with friends. They do jumps. I do lumps and bumps because I'm not good. If I fall off, I will break. So for me, I choose to go that way because I feel safer that way. And when I cycle into work, if I leave before 7:15, I will take the main road. If not, I will take the side streets, which to the left, parallel, bit off, end up French Street, but it's actually an easier ride because it's not as steep. The other thing for myself, I'll try and get to, well, I've just started going to the gym. I try and go 3 times a week. And as I drive along Corey Road to the gym, the last 2 weeks, you see on that side of the road anywhere between 75 and 95 cars parked at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. So these aren't people parking to go to town. These are people who park there to live. So we are going to directly impact those people and their parking. And I know move to the back streets is an option, but how many of the people around this table want to come home, if they have to park on the street, want to park 2 or 3 streets away where they cannot see their cars, where the lighting's not as good and where the break-ins will occur? I've gone off my, I'm not reading through roughly what I sent in because I assume that's been read. It just seems that the council seems hell-bent on the cycle lane thing. And I sort of get it, but I don't because my parents come to visit. Mum can't walk properly. I use a wheelchair. And when I mentioned going to the gardens or going to the park, the answer was, we'll just plan better to leave 45 minutes earlier. It's not an option sometimes, and there's not always wheelchair parking. The other thing is, my wife works at Koori School, and at the moment, St. Teresa's, you drive along there, you pull over, you let your children out straight to the zebra crossing, and across that goes. And the answer is, we'll just park up the side streets or go down Eagle Street. Eagle Street is not a valid street to be going down. And then the other option is go the other way and drop them at the back of the school. But if you go right, you've got to come back on and get it across the road back in traffic. And I think it's going to be a lot worse. We're doing fine. I noted in the council review there was 90% of properties have car parking off the street. My question around that is how many of that 90% are flats versus people living there, and how many of those houses have multiple adults who might have multiple cars. I think it's just a statement that someone's gone along and counted and said that'll do, we've ticked a box. For me, I've already mentioned, I choose to cycle the way I feel safer. What we seem to be doing is, no matter what we're going to do, cycle lanes, make it safer for cyclists. We don't care about the older people. We don't care about the sick people who have to go places, who might need wheelchairs. We don't care about those people. It's all about cycle lanes. So for me, I would prefer to be push or direct the cycle lanes off the main road and keep the main road as it is, as the preferred option. However, in looking at the plans, I see where we go to 30 kilometres an hour between, I think it's Chamberlain Street and maybe Range Street or something, the cycle lanes disappear. So my assumption is if people are driving 30 kilometres an hour, it's safe. So if that was the case, why wouldn't you just make the whole stretch 30 kilometres an hour? I prefer not to impact the amount of people you're going to impact by making this change. That's probably it from me.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I think Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I mean, do you think there's an opportunity to look at this bike plan in 2 stages? So the first stage is sort of dealing with the uphill up Chater Street, that part, and then, encouraging the back roads use rather than the main road. And then enabling, if the bendy buses come, seeing how they work on the main road first, but then sort of promoting the back roads way. Do you as a first stage, do you think that might work?
The back roads are wider. they're not used as much. I think it's safer if people want to feel safe. You note about the bendy buses. I'm really hesitant about bendy buses because I know there's been a trial, and I think that trial was done in the middle of the night or at night when there's no one on the road. If you want to do a trial, you need to do it in a busy time of the day when people see how it's actually going to work. If we're not confident that we can do it during the day, then why do it?
Thank you.
I think we've actually come to the end of our time, but thank you very much for coming and sharing your views.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to take we've got a couple of people who haven't turned up, so we're actually going to take a 10-minute break. And our next submitter is due at 2.
They're not here yet, so we could take
Yeah. So maybe we could come back at 2:05. Excuse me.
no problem at all. Okay. Firstly, I'll introduce myself. I'm Matt Rosengrave. I'm a resident of Karori, and I'm a multimodal transport user in Karori. So the reason I wanted to come along today is, and I feel as though in some respects I might be speaking and trying to bolt the stable door after the horses run away, but I want to take it not so much from the individual impact, but firstly starting at the overall. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come and speak. From what I've read, the case for me, the case for change is not articulated well at all. I understand that this is about how we provide safer, easier and climate-friendly ways for people to get around. But I wonder, when we're considering people getting around, have we considered the fact that people get around for a number of reasons in a simultaneous way? So it may be I'm commuting from home to the city, whether that be by public transport or by car. I'm going shopping, going to the doctors, dentists, or dining out. And I'm carrying out business that requires me to travel through Karori, whether that be in my own personal vehicle or as a courier or carrier, should I say. In your proposals, or in the proposals, it appears as though one or more modes of transport are being favoured over another, and it's very much a case of either or, when in fact, if we are looking and addressing the real issue, it is and. Further, from the imperative for change, it appears as though it doesn't really justify the change. It makes this a priority at a time when we can't get fundamentals such as water reticulation right, and yet we're spending money on more, and actually at the cost of not doing that activity. We can't even fix the roads. We've got potholes through the situation. To me, some of your drivers appear to be more about well-intended gestures rather than practical solutions to problems. And in fact, so just let me address some specifics, if I may. First and foremost, as a pedestrian behaviour. Refuge islands. Refuge islands actually encourage bad behaviour by pedestrians. They treat them as if they're a pedestrian crossing with a legislated right of way, and it's debatable whether they have that. Also, it has an impact upon the traffic. So if you have classic examples outside Karori Mall, there's a refuge island, there's also a bus stop, and the number of times in the morning sitting on a bus where I've seen vehicles who have been frustrated trying to pass and almost taking the refuge island out is amazing. It really is. It's quite frustrating. And your proposals are going to make that worse. Cycles. We talk about uphill lane in Chater Street. And I really wonder if we're looking at an uphill lane to make it easier and safer, and I understand that, but whether it will actually have the reverse situation, because what it will do is it will further clog an already overloaded transport pathway. Instead of speeding things up for everybody, I would submit that it actually slow it down. Buses. I must admit, that was the one that made me chortle the most, is that in speaking of longer buses, but it doesn't seem to do anything about narrow choke points that are existing, and the obvious example is the Karori Tunnel. How are you going to get a long bus through that tunnel safely? You cannot, at this stage, get a double-decker bus through. You're still going to have the same number of buses, if not more. That's if they arrive. In-lane bus stops. This is going to slow down traffic. Slow down traffic. Yes, you can say drivers should exercise patience and they should be within the speed levels, but it actually encourages them to take risky manoeuvres to overtake a static bus. They do it now on bus stops. it's not so bad because there is some wriggle room, but by diminishing that, you're going to have some real problems coming through.
Matt, if you could just make one or two last points.
So, sorry.
I know it goes fast.
It goes fast. But I would say, effectively, my last point is this has not been well thought through. The actual totality of what it will do is not well considered. And I'm sorry to say this seems to be a solution looking for a problem.
I have one quick question, which is the in-lane bus stops might slow cars down, but we've been told by Metlink that they speed bus travel up. What's your response to that?
I'd say that's a theoretical answer, and I don't know how steeped in practical experience that actually is, particularly if you take the Tinakori Road, Glenmore Road in-lane bus stop at the present point of time.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much for your feedback, and that's been appreciated, your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Did you have a question? Sorry, do you want to ask it? Well, I'll allow it.
Very question. So just to be clear, you're against this proposal. They should actually do a better job.
I would go so far as, yes, I'm against the proposal. I don't think it's well being thought through. And I would actually question whether you want to progress with the proposal at this point in time, considering what our good city is facing.
Okay, thank you. No, we have run out of time, and I was lenient with that. Yeah. Right, I'd like to invite Philippa to come up. Thank you, Philippa. It's 5 minutes, and as we've seen, it goes by very quickly, especially if you want to include some questions.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm presenting as a 35-year resident of Karori and a person who understands the importance of accessibility. I'm also a commuter who is passionate about Karori and the gardens. I care about the need for safety and the environment. I'm strongly opposed to the proposed changes on Karori Road and Glenmore Street. With reference to a well-known road safety message, I ask the Council to stop, look and listen, with the addition of think. I ask the Council to stop wasteful spending that benefits a small proportion of the community and is not supported by the majority of impacted residents. Stop spending money on top of roads while ignoring what happens underneath. Fix the leaks and care for our water resource. Stop the proposed cycle lanes and the visual and mental confusion, anxiety and division these cause. I spoke to a 20-year Karori cyclist commuter. He is strongly opposed to the proposed cycle lanes and maintains they are not needed. Stop building in-lane bus stops and creating commuter chaos. Stop removing parking for local residents and visitors to the gardens. I ask the Council to look at road usage, frequency and timing, weekdays, in the weekends and at different times of the day. I often see cyclists not using cycle lanes. On weekends, fine days and over summer, both sides of Glenmore Street are lined with cars, people visiting the gardens, light shows, the tulips and the iconic summer series. Last Saturday there were no cyclists the entire drive up Glenmore Street and Karori Road to the mall. This is not unusual. Cycle lanes will impact everyone all day, every day, even when not in use. Look at how other road users are contributing to sustainability by carpooling and the use of EV vehicles. Look at the geography and natural landscape. Look at accessibility. The gardens are free and enjoyed by many. Removing parking will create issues for businesses, residents, families, the elderly, and people living with a disability. People who live or visit from the wider Wellington region will not be able to take or afford multiple trains and buses to get to the gardens. Look for alternative safety measures that serve all of the community. I ask the Council to listen. Listen to the community you represent and those most impacted by the proposed changes. Listen to businesses, parents, commuters, Karori residents, and the most vulnerable members of our community. Not everyone can or wants to ride a bike or take a bus. Not everyone can afford the time or cost to bus to the gardens or city. Respect our right to choose how we travel. Listen to the 20-year cyclist commuter. I ask the Council to think. Think about wise spending. Fix our leaks. Think about alternative safety measures. Think about education on road safety and the road rules. Think about introducing a 40 per hour speed limit the full length of Karori Road. Cars will naturally travel slower with the raised pedestrian crossings and in the built-up areas. Think about improving our bus networks. Think about our commuters. Think about parents collecting children where time constraints mean busing is not an option. Think about accessibility. Think about the people who want to explore our city. Keep it simple. I ask the Council to stop, look, listen and think, and then act by making the right decisions for Karori residents and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Philippa? No, it doesn't look like we have, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Been very clear. Thank you. We've got Paula and Jan from Samuel Marsden. Welcome.
Kia uru mai, aho ora, aho kaha, aho maia, ki runga, ki raro, ki roto, ki waho, re ho, pai mari e. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko Paula Wells toko ingoa, ko Tumuaki ki Hamawera Martinez, and alongside me as Management Board Member Jan Plummer. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present an oral submission to support our written submission that was made to you around Karori connections. Whilst we support Wellington City initiatives to improve bus, bike and pedestrian connections in principle, we emphasise that this cannot be done at the exclusion of a safe environment for the students of Samuel Marsden Collegiate School and neighbouring school Karori Normal, who we do not purport to speak for. We have serious concerns around the significant impact of the proposed changes in traffic movements on the eastern side of the road between the intersection on Hatton Street, Karori Road, through to the intersection of Donald Street and Karori Road, and the flow-on effect in relation to the safety of our students and accessibility to the school grounds. We are equally extremely concerned that Wellington City Council has not conducted modelling on the unintended consequence of this project with respect to the flow-on effect of traffic congestion and the churn of parking on the secondary or side roads around Samuel Marsden Collegiate School. We have some specific feedback at the proposed design. At the heart of the feedback is the safety and welfare of our students and protecting them from car and bicycle traffic as they travel to and from school each day. The proposed changes remove the car parks directly adjacent to our school on Karori Road, which serves as the entrance for all levels of our school, being preschool, primary, middle and senior school. This entrance is the main entrance for our school students. The removal of parking on Karori Road directly impacts our caregivers' ability to safely access the preschool and the primary school. Given that the proposed cycle lane from Karori Tunnel to South Karori alternates at regular points between a dedicated cycle lane and a shared pathway, we do not believe that Council has given consideration to the appropriateness of extending the shared pathway from Marsden Village to the Donald Street Karori Road intersection, which would guarantee the safety and welfare of our students at school drop-off and pick-up. Both Donald Street and Cooper Streets are at capacity, with Karori Normal School student drop-off pickups, and the proposed removal of Karori Road car parks will add pressure to parking availability in both Donald and Cooper Streets and extend through to Vera Street also. The current Samuel Marsden Vera Street bus stop will become unworkable from a safety perspective, as this area is already congested and the roading network will not cope with the relocation of vehicles, those being private cars mainly, from Korori Road as part of the school drop-off and pick-up. Due to the ages of our preschool students and our younger primary school students, and the distance across our large site from Vera Street to our preschool, which is adjacent to Korori Road, it is not appropriate for their caregivers to park in Vera Street and walk through to the preschool. We've been advised by the Transport Planning team that no studies or assessments on the flow-on impact of secondary travel pathways of Donald Street, Cooper Street, Vera Street, Marsden Avenue and the flow of traffic back into Korori Road has been commissioned. This is a real concern, and that the proposed changes adjacent to our Korori Road entrance will result in the increase of existing traffic congestion around the roads identified and puts our students at Korori Normal School at risk of being hit by a vehicle, whether this be bus, car or bicycle, as they travel to and from school. Our submission also includes written recommendations that we suggest will contribute to keeping our students safe, and they are listed there for you. But I also would like to take a moment to suggest an alternative approach, and we believe that a precedent has been set with the parking in Owen Street, Newtown, whereby restricted parking has been installed outside Te Kahue o Kohanga, and those objectives are related to limited parking 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. during school time, and we ask for you to give serious consideration to implementing such on Korori Road as opposed to the plan to remove those car parks for the safety of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. I will allow a couple of questions because I know it's an important that we understand your concerns. Councillor Chung and then Councillor Calvert.
Thank you very much for this. You're talking about the car parks opposite your entranceway being removed. Now, you're talking about the preschool students need those to access the school entranceway. So are they required as drop-off points or are they required as parking spots?
They're required as short-term parking spots. Something around 15 minutes will be appropriate in order that caregivers can safely park and take their preschooler or their small primary school children safely into our facility and then back to their car.
Great, thank you. And the second question is that you're talking about the other street access, Donald Street, Vera Street and so forth. Mm-hmm. Is there any way that those entrances can actually replace the Korori Road entrances?
Those entrances are already under significant pressure. So we have buses dropping and picking students up on Vera Street. That's a very busy entry point, and anyone who drives in that vicinity will know that there are accidents waiting to happen at any given moment. One of the recommendations that we have made is that there be an increase of 15-minute parking zones in the vicinity of the surrounding streets for safe drop-off and pick-up.
Thank you very much. I'd really enjoy this, and I'd like to discuss this with you further if we can. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Have you, there's been some suggestion that perhaps we should just focus on the secondary route that's in the proposal, which is along Friend Street rather than the main road. Mm-hmm. Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I think, not that I'm a traffic management expert, that if Friend Street were used as the place for a cycleway and or buses, then it would allow easy movement of vehicular traffic, obviously, along Korori Road, and it would mean that we could keep the parking for safe drop-off and pick-up.
Yeah. And do you think there should be an opportunity for, because we've had lots of suggestions about bits and pieces of the route, whether we'd really need to come back out with the community and say, look, this is what we've heard, this is what we think, what do you think, rather than make a decision
Our strongest suggestion would be, and yes, I think that would be very useful, but our strongest suggestion would be to focus on the area coming out of Marsden village as you head towards Donald Street, because that is where we see in the submission that there's a change between passageway, and we think that poses more problems and more risks than it does solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you for
time.
hearing from us today.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Lachlan, can we invite you up? Welcome. And you have 5 minutes.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm here today as a proud resident of Karori. I'm highly supportive of this cycleway, and I really want to urge you to just get on with it. Karori is otherwise kind of poorly connected with compared to some other suburbs. There's some fewer benefits, and let's get really moving. So I think it's great if we can improve our connections to our suburb. I ride this route every day. I've often had terrible close passes on Glenmore and Koori Road, but especially Glenmore. I've been harassed and threatened for following the road code and riding safely on Glenmore. Just yesterday, actually, on Chater Street, while there was deep traffic, some cars swerved to try and cut me off, and then creatively used their windscreen wipers to flick water at me as I rode past, which was just a bit petty. But I think it really highlights how the current lack of infrastructure really encourages conflict between users. But on the positive, there's already so many riders on this route. I see all ages, genders, mums and dads with kids doing the school drop-off. And I think all of these people really do need to be able to ride safely. And part of that is that e-bikes are becoming so much more popular and affordable, and we're really seeing that on the Karori route. I saw on the Glenmore counter that it's consistently up on last year, and even up to 10,000 users in September, which is cool to see and really shows the demand for this route. The changes for buses and pedestrians are also really positive. I'm keen to see faster bus merging in Karori. I'm keen to see the Chater Street changes that mean buses are not going to be stuck behind cyclists like me uphill, which I see Metlink says is the bigger problem on that route. And I think the bus stop consolidation is sensible for a faster service. Of course, you've got to balance that with access, but Karori does have lots of stops relative to most places, so there is a balance to be had there to improve efficiency. And I'm really excited to see the raised zebra crossings and the additional crossings, which will really improve the pedestrian experience in Karori, which is not great as it stands. It's quite disconnected, besides the few areas where there are traffic light crossings. There are some discrete changes that I think are needed. I'm critical of the shared paths on corner bypasses up at the outside the fire station and around the roundabout by the Carbon Viaduct. I'm always like, they're there, they've got the Sharrow on them, but I'm always afraid of coming around the corner to see a pedestrian the other way. So it's very hesitant to use that. The Rigi is a very popular route for cyclists, but currently one small, tiny, discrete change that bothers me every time is that raised crossing there has a really harsh, jarring bump, and it wouldn't be too complicated to smooth that out while retaining the benefits of the raised crossing for pedestrians. With regards to the parking at Samuel Marsden, I do actually think there is justification for shifting to peak parking and for the school pickup and drop-off. The parks that are remaining, they're permanently, the few that are remaining, those should also be peak, because it would be really frustrating to have this clean line, especially with the poor visibility over that the hump at that hill, only to have to swerve back into traffic because of those few parked cars. And the other car parks I want to refer to are also the ones on the corner of Monaghan Avenue outside the housing development. There's 2 parking spaces, which are a massive visibility issue for all users. Even when you're driving, it's kind of, you sometimes have to hope and pray because the road's so busy and the visibility is so poor with oncoming traffic. And that's been an issue for a while. And I do also think I want to give credibility to the proposed safety changes by Cycle Wellington. I discourage not changing the route or prioritising the secondary route. The reason I bike is I love going to the Karori shops on my bike. I don't want to have to, the secondary route would go well out of my way. The reason I bike is I want to get places quick like everyone else. So changing the route would not be much benefit to me and lots of other users. I probably wouldn't use it if that were the case through that stretch, particularly where I would need travel off the main road to get to my house. So yeah, I'm really keen to see this get on with, particularly for climate and safety reasons. Yeah.
I have I'll let Councillor Calvert. My question was again, just clarifying that bit about this, what we've heard about Marsden.
Yeah.
Did you have a proposal that might address some of their concerns?
Well, I liked their proposal of using parking at the school peak times for drop-off and pick-up, because that's different.
On Karori Road?
Yeah, that's different to when I would travel through after work at 5 o'clock. And if it's clear then, that's wicked, and I'm not worried about it at 3 o'clock.
Okay. Well, maybe, I don't know if that's, we'd have to see what the staff approach to that was, but thank you for that information. Is it very, very quick?
Yeah, quick one. Do you think the similar things can happen for the park all the way down in the Karori Park, where sport people really struggle on the weekend and the rest of the time can be used?
Possibly. I'm not sure exactly what the timing looks like for the sports. I'm not sure how what that looks like. I'm not sure if it's quite the same, because with a school, obviously, you've got quite a rigid timetable about where that when that time is.
Mm. All righty. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Useful. Right. I'd like to welcome. I thought you decided you didn't.
No, I just said let you go. It's all right. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I thought you were deferring to me. I'm very sorry. Okay. Right. So you'll get priority next time. Maya, can we have you to the podium?
Kia ora, thank you so much for having me here today. My name's Maya. I wanted to take the opportunity to speak to my written submission on the Korori Connections project because I'm a passionate cyclist and I really wanted to reiterate my full support for this project, in particular the cycle lanes and the increased accessibility for cyclists in this area. I cycle this route regularly on Glenmore Street and on Karori Road. Most recently this morning, took a quick trip to the supermarket before my way to work. I live in Northland, so I regularly go down to Shader Street and cycle up Shader Street and Karori Road to get to the supermarket. And it's a really direct route, but at the moment there are many concerns with the safety of that. The biggest concern I had before I bought my bike, and the biggest concern people still ask me about now, is safety and how safe I feel cycling on Wellington roads, and having dedicated cycle lanes and putting those safety measurements in place for cyclists really increases my feeling of safety, and I think other people's feelings of safety as well, then encouraging them to be able to cycle and get around places like Karori. So specifically, I think on Shader Street, there's lots of safety concerns. Going around that corner up to Karori Road, aren't many places for cars to safely pass you. Having dedicated uphill cycle lanes will really improve that. Additionally, on Glenmore Street, I regularly cycle that road up home from the city. And great when there is a cycle lane, not so great when there isn't. And it's a really difficult passageway to navigate as a cyclist. And again, having some dedicated cycle lanes, as in this project, will really improve that feeling of safety. I also wanted to highlight my support for the Appleton Park shared route as part of this project. I think it's a really great idea, and I think it'll really improve people's enjoyment of cycling. At the end of the day, I started cycling for climate change concerns and because I wanted to reduce my own personal emissions while getting around the city more efficiently. But I continued cycling because it's really fun, and I think other people find it really fun, and this entire project will remove people's barriers to having that fun and accessing Karori on things like cycles. And also, if I can just highlight one little thing, my second biggest concern that I get from people about cycling, other than safety, is security and the security of leaving my bike locked in the city in places. I noted this in my written submission, but I think it'd be great to think about secure bike locks along this route at important points such as the Karori shops and the Karori Mall. Locky docks, I love a good locky dock, so if it's in your power to think about that in the proposal, I think that would be a great addition. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Right, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Maya. One thing you mentioned about you don't feel safe cycling up Glenmore Street. Is that because of the amount of traffic that's up there, or because the cars come too close to you when you're cycling up there? So the cycle lane will actually resolve that? Is that correct?
Yes, I feel because you're stuck between a parked car and then you're holding up heaps of traffic behind you, then makes the traffic behind you want to pull out into oncoming traffic in a dangerous way. And then I feel a bit squished between the cars passing me and the parked cars. If they were open to open a door, I'd be knocked right off my bike and into oncoming traffic, which would not be good. It'll improve efficiency. I want to get out of cars' way. Cars want me out of their way. And at the end of the day, having dedicated cycle lanes really achieves this.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
You may.
Okay, this morning we had a presentation from someone who was telling us that when you have the footpath and the cycle lane and the cars parked there, it's actually dangerous for when people come out of their passenger side doors because they don't see the cyclists coming, so it's dangerous for both the passengers and cyclists. Do you think that's actually a safer way of doing things than considering putting a cycle lane a car park and then a cycle lane?
I don't think so, because then I'd be trapped again behind some parked cars, and if I needed to pull out, like for example, I quite regularly go up Garden Road and I have to do a right turn through traffic, that would mean I'd have to stop in the middle of a parked car area, go through that and go through oncoming traffic, would just introduce a whole lot more niggly issues, so I don't think that's a good design.
Okay, so
just from my personal experience.
So how about having a cycle lane on the downhill side, on the right side, without any cars parked, if all the cars were taken away, and having just a dedicated cycle lane on that side? Would that be, do you think that would be good?
I think downhill is good because I can go just as fast as the cars on my bike. I think the uphill cycle lanes are where it should be focused.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that actually just brings us to the end of your time, so thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Right, moving now to Alex. Welcome, Alex.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you very much. Oh, do I need to wait or anything? Am I good?
No, you're good to go. I was just noting there were two Alexes. Oh. Next one is Alex as well. It distracted me just a bit. Off you go.
Okay, it's a common name. Thank you very much for the opportunity to follow up on my written submission. My role is I'm basically just a resident of the area. I live in Northland, but the previous 2 years I lived on Glenmore Street, and I do not own a car. I'm a very big fan of walking and public transportation, and have been increasingly taking micromobility like e-scooters and e-bikes, though I don't currently own one. I would love to in the future. Things that discourage me, though, are a lack of cycle networks in the area. For the last few months, I lived in Glenmore Street. At the beginning of this year, I thoroughly enjoyed the improvements made to the lower end of Glenmore Street, taking e-bikes from the Centre City up, and I would love to see that continue up to where I used to live in Glenmore Street, right across from the entrance to the Botanic Gardens, or the other entrance to the Botanic Gardens on the north end, and then also up to Northland as well, and then through to Karori, where I do often my supermarket shopping and visit the library there. I'm a big fan of cycleways, definitely protected cycleways, which I would like to highlight. I think it would be really great to have them as separated and protected from traffic. The best thing for car drivers would be to get those bikes away from them. I'm learning how to drive right now, and I'm currently worried about figuring out how to manage cyclists on traffic routes without cycleways, and I'm always relieved when I get around the basin and have areas where I don't have to drive right next to cyclists. So I think in the Glenmore area and the Karori Road area, where cyclists and car traffic have to be in close contact, a resolution where there are two-way bike lanes protected and away from traffic on those main routes would be very good for everyone's safety, making sure that the cars can move at pace, and then also making sure that cyclists, including young children who might want to access the area and aren't able to drive, are able to make their way around the routes. Yeah, I'd also like to highlight around the Kelburn Viaduct. There's a roundabout there. I would want to say that as I walk to work through that area, I noticed that there were some changes proposed about making a shared path on the opposite side of the viaduct. And I think actually there are sufficient connections for people like myself who are walking around there, and that doesn't need to be a shared path on the opposite side. And that could instead just remain a cycle route that goes along Glenmore Street up towards the Karori Tunnel, as I think the walking route is sufficient there, as you can go around towards the Northland Road and the Riggy area and then cross over where the main crossing is now. I think that would be sufficient sufficient, and instead would just advocate for a cycle lane through that area alone. Yes, I think that's everything I'd like to say. Yeah, just want to highlight that for everyone involved on using these routes, the car traffic doesn't want to be stuck in traffic, so getting more of those people onto bike lanes or into buses would be protected. I also support the consolidation of those bus stops in the Karori area because I think actually there are quite a few bus stops, and as long as accessibility is maintained, I think those would make traffic and transit smoother through those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question if no one else does. In-lane bus stops, we've heard lots of negative feedback about those. What's your view?
I would probably say that they're an imperfect solution. I think the crossing of traffic there and the holdup that it gives to other areas other forms of traffic like car traffic are quite concerning and can lead to congestion. Ideally, I think you'd have a removed situation, possibly where the bus pulls in as normal into the small areas, and maybe a bike lane continues through that area, though, and then a bike might have to wait when a bus comes in, as buses aren't always in there. I think actually raising the bus lane might be difficult, or as we've seen now, it could be difficult for everyone involved, and I think maybe maintaining it as always and having instead a bike lane that could go through that when when buses aren't present might be a way to keep things moving for the majority of time.
Okay, and Councillor Chung.
Okay, thanks very much for this. You mentioned a few times about the convenience of the bus stops up there at the moment. We went to have a look at that road and where the bus stops were a week or so ago, and we're looking at removing a bus stop along there to make transit swifter, because we feel that the bus stops are very close together. And so do you think that would be an imposition, or do you think that's an issue that we should be reconsidering?
Are you specifically talking about Glenmore Street or Karori Road?
No, sorry, Karori Road.
Karori Road, okay. When I travel, I usually travel by bus at the moment to get there, and I can think of a bus stop, the one that's right near the retirement village before you get into the proper city there. I think those two, they could probably find a middle ground there, potentially, because I think they're quite close, and maybe one of them could be eliminated, because I think you're either stopping in town or stopping just up north from town. Those are probably ones that I would consider. I can't quite remember the proposal at this very moment, so I'm not 100% sure which bus stops you were specifically thinking of eliminating.
But I think the answer is you don't see a problem with that pair if they were combined into one.
I don't, no.
Yeah,
I think actually that would be sufficient. There's a lot of the area I think is quite accessible with wide footpaths, and there's a lot of walking, and I think actually it would be okay to combine those two and keep traffic moving in that area. I know the bus stops quite close to one another, and I think actually
Okay, thank you, Alex. That's useful. Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you for that broad sweep of feedback. Now we have another Alex. Welcome. Welcome to Alex Gray, representing NZAA.
Thanks, Sarah. I've got some hard copies, which I think the lady's just about to distribute. So if we can start the clock ticking.
We'll try and be a little bit lenient with some question time if we can.
Cool. So good afternoon, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to present again. Because we've only got 5 minutes, so the AA is just going to focus on our two main concerns. The first one is delays to all traffic apart from cyclists due to proposed in-lane bus stops. We strongly object to the 2 in-lane bus stops proposed in Glenmore Street because with over 1,500 vehicles per hour at peak times, we consider this will cause significant congestion. We note that Council is considering removing the in-lane bus stop on Tinakori Road for the same reasons. The NZTA guidelines for in-lane bus stops recommend using these bus stops where there is less than 800 vehicles for in-lane bus stops per hour travelling in the same direction. And therefore, I'm very puzzled that you're proposing an in-lane bus stop on such a busy route. With the peak outfill traffic often exceeding 800 vehicles a day, we wonder why Council did not comply with this recommendation. We're also surprised that NZTA has offered their support for the Karori Connections proposal. We also have concerns regarding the safety of island bus platforms for boarding and alighting bus passengers who have to cross a cycle lane to access the bus. In the UK, there have been several pedestrian accidents where cyclists have not given way to pedestrians accessing the in-lane bus platforms. And I've sent all councillors a video which appeared in the Daily Mail UK because apparently we're unable to show videos while I'm speaking. Yet the safety audit makes no mention of this significant risk. We know that in Australia, every state has a law requiring motorists to give way to a bus departing a bus stop. The fine for not doing so is about $300 plus demerit points. We believe this is a far better solution than in-lane bus stops. Our second concern is loss of over 500 coupon and unrestricted car parks. We're concerned about the long-term effects of removing 500 car parks on businesses, visitors to the Botanic Gardens and local residents. Council is correct that many of the houses on Karori Road have off-street parking or garages, but most do not have parking for visitors. Where are visitors supposed to park, especially elderly? We also have safety concerns regarding the removal of car parks outside Karori Park. Many children play sport here, and cricketers in particular have large gear bags. If parking on the east side of Karori Road is removed, some children would now have to cross the busy Karori Road when they could previously walk direct to the sports ground from the curbside. We've reviewed the council database, which records the number of cyclists currently riding up Glenmore Street on working days. Over a 12-month period, an average of 138 uphill cyclists per day was recorded. We note that after the introduction of the Brooklyn Road trial cycle lane, that the increase in cycle usage was only 6%. Even if the increase was 10% on the Karori route, the number of cyclists would only increase to 152 per day. I'm a cyclist myself. I ride to work in Wellington in quite trying conditions. Wellington is not Copenhagen or Barcelona. With bus passengers 10 or 15 times the number of cyclists with a limited road space, perhaps a peak hour uphill bus lane would be a better use of the limited road space constrained by Wellington's topography. Also note that if cycle safety is still a concern, Council could consider allowing cyclists on a specific route in the Botanic Gardens, which would get you a fair way up Glenmore Street. Also note that Karori Tunnel in the proposal has no bike lane. So although we're talking about making it safer for cyclists, they're still going to have to ride through Karori Tunnel. As a cyclist, I will not ride through Karori Tunnel. There is currently no cycle counter on Karori Road. Before removing a large number of car parks, we consider Council should install a counter to demonstrate the need for a cycle lane. With only 138 cyclists per day using Glenmore Street uphill on work days, we believe Council needs to postpone removal of 500 car parks until it has reviewed the safety of inline bus stops, the effects on businesses, and the sociological effects on local residents who may no longer receive visitors if parking is removed. And finally, we're now expecting a change in government, and I understand NZTA have announced a pause in funding improvements for new cycleways and pedestrian walkways. So has the council got the money to fund this project on its own if there's no government finance? Thank you.
Thank you, and we do have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I'm asking this question, because of AA, and you obviously deal a lot with NZTA or Waka Kotahi. So we had a gentleman from Waka Kotahi in Christchurch fly up to talk to us about the benefits of the Karori cycleway.
Right.
But it was very much focused on the cycleway and less about pedestrian and actually bus priority improvements.
Right.
I'm just wondering, had you, in your dealings with them, do you find that they have a particular focus, or are they generally about all transport choices?
Oh, they're supposed to be about all transport choices, Diane, but in my submission I've enclosed the last page of the NZTA guidelines on where to use bus borders, and it says we recommend using bus borders when fewer than 800 vehicles per hour travel in the same direction as the bus. So benefits to bus passengers will likely outweigh disbenefits to private vehicle passengers. So the proposal does not comply with the recommended NZTA guidelines for in-lane bus stops. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. That's been useful, and also good to have this piece of paper to remind us of your original submission.
Saves you reading 300 and something odd pages, doesn't it?
Thank you. I'd like to invite Richard to come to the podium. Richard, we've given you 10 minutes, but we'll be a little bit lenient with question time if we need to be.
Good afternoon, councillors. Councillor Free. First of all, I'm representing the Thorndon Residents Association, not Richard Murcott.
Yes.
For the first 5 minutes.
Yes.
Then Richard Murcott arrives to do the presentation on his submission.
Yes, I do realise that. It's a total of 10 minutes with a little bit of leniency, because we've been able to give a little bit of leniency today because we have had a few people not turn up as expected.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The Residents Association made a comprehensive submission. Its focus is on Glenmore Street. And I've got some slides, which I'm not sure how to turn on. But
Here we go.
Thank you. We want to highlight, firstly, it's very challenging to talk about everything we wrote about in these 5 minutes. This is slides from the landing page taken to the public. It misconstrues the dimensions of what's actually proposed in Glenmore Street. So some people, we're concerned, may have been hoodwinked. This is actually what is going on in this proposal. The concrete plinths are nearly a metre wide, about 800 to a metre. Then you've got the car parking, and then you've got 2 narrow carriageways which would be on the right-hand side in this view, or the western side of Glenmore Street, right up against the pavement. So this is illustrating the buried details that are in complex layout drawings. The imagery is deceptive. It significantly misrepresents this part of the proposal. So anyone who's trusted this imagery and thought everything was fine aren't getting the full story. And then if you look at the imagery in detail, the concern the association's got here is the safety audit has been focused on risks nearly exclusively related to cyclists. Other risks introduced by the proposal haven't been highlighted. The association sees a conflict between other recent Wellington City Council policies and what's proposed in this traffic resolution. For example, we're talking here about access to the Botanic Gardens for those who wish to do that under the council's policy for access to the outdoors, but here we've got them having to negotiate cyclists to get to the footpath. This slide represents some of the questions that have arisen for the association, and one of the big ones is that residents can't service a property very easily from a limited access road, and a bike lane across the front of a property which is not allowed to be parked on or obstructed in any way 24/7, 365 days of the year is going to have a huge impact on residential property owners who find themselves with this bike lane across the front of their place, let alone the issues that others have talked about. So having the tradie arrive, the painters, the plumber, the scaffold erector and all the rest, it's going to be very difficult. Plus we've got some other questions there. Can you answer some of those for us? And another one I could add to that is cycling. When I'm cycling up Glenmore Street, how do I make a right-hand turn into Garden Road? Or how do I make a right-hand turn into Orangi Kapapa Road? From a cycle lane stuck over here behind parked cars up against the curb on the left-hand side. Heavy traffic on this road. It is an arterial road, we understand that. The councillors might recall being told fairly recently that children, families and grandparents are the focus for the bike lane designs. Not really for confident cyclists and so on, but it's to encourage 60% of our population to get out there on their bikes. Right alongside Glenmore Street is a lane which is ideal for children, families and grandparents to cycle on. It's completely parallel to Glenmore Street. Here's a serene option, an existing calm route adjacent to Glenmore Street that officers have written off for no good reason as far as we're concerned, because shared ways are in other busy parts of the city, like around Oriental Bay and out on the waterfront and so on. By the way, this would just be one way. You only need this when you're going towards Karori. And it's remarkable that it's been written off so quickly by the officers. And there's something else we're concerned about, and that is that today we're talking to only half of the regulatory committee, processes committee are present today, and the association feels that these kinds of projects are so significant to the city that it would be more democratic for projects of this size, complexity and cost to be judged and decided upon by the entire council because of the incredible impacts they have, positive and negative, and we don't feel as though we're really being heard. We feel as though the so-called consultation process has been incredibly abbreviated. So quickly, and that's much more detail in the written submission from the association. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we have heard some of these concerns and we are taking them very seriously. We've heard similar concerns from individual residents as well, so yeah. Do you want questions, do you want to continue with your individual submission and have questions at the end, or do you wish to take some?
I might have to decide which hat to wear.
Yeah, I know, but we'll have questions now from the association point of view. So, Councillor Calvert, and I think we have Councillor Chung.
Yeah. So look, thank you, and yes, I can appreciate when you've only got less than a quarter of the council here, listening to you. Can you, because Thorndon Association has been involved with a bike lane being put in. We've had feedback about, well, you should do some more analysis. You should look and see what's happened to date so far before you go to the next one. And I know you reference it here, but what's your views on that?
Yes, well, we've got experience of how Bowen Street works in Tinakori Road up to the main gates of the garden. And there are some incredible complications there. Even as a cyclist, if I'm coming up Bowen Street and I want to turn into Sydney Street West, how do I do that? I'm stuck way over in a cycle lane. It's on the wrong side of the road for me. But from the other points, from other drivers' points of view, let's take a car, for example, wanting to turn into St Mary Street off Tinakori Road, which is just nearly opposite that inline bus stop. Well, the point here is that with the road layouts the way they've been put in, it's not only the bus that's holding up the traffic, but any other motorist who wants to turn right, say into St Mary Street. By the way, that's exactly the same problem you're going to have up Glenmore Street. How does a person reverse into a car park to go to the Botanic Garden on the left-hand side without interrupting all the traffic that's flowing behind them? What will be a very narrow piece of road. How will they make a right-hand turn to go to Garden Road, or just like a cyclist, or Rangi Kaupapa? How will they even turn around because they want to, after their visit to the garden, turn around to go north again? All of those vehicle movements will totally disrupt those assertions that this is going to be a busier route. It's going to, you see, the road's no longer wide enough to, say, overtake a vehicle turning right on the left-hand side. And that's the kind of problems we're seeing in other parts of Thorndon and the city. It's getting complicated.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Richard, and appreciate your presentation, especially because I know that you're a cyclist yourself. Going up Glenmore Street, you were talking about the perception of the video that, the slide that we've actually seen. If we take away that concrete thingamajiggy between the cycle lane and the road, do you think that it would be just as safe if we had it painted there? Because we are restricted with the amount of room we have there.
The association notices that just past the main gates there will be a coach park, and there'll be 2 mobility parks, and they're parked right alongside the curb. Why can't that model be continued right up until you get up to the end of the garden? If it works there, why doesn't it work for the other 500 metres? It's part of the current plan. I don't think the cyclists should, it's just like the bus platform problem. I don't think cyclists, vehicles, and some of them are doing 18, 25 kilometres per hour, should be passing parked cars and their passengers alighting with the kids, the dog, the picnic pack and all the rest, Nana, and to get her across a cycle lane whether there's a plinth there or not. It's really difficult with a plinth. It's going to be just as difficult if the cycle lane's still on that side. It's the wrong model.
Right, well, I think we need to move on now to your own individual submission, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
And then we can still have some time for some questions
Can
for
I have
you.
the slides up again? Right, thank you. I'm going to make no doubt about it for those who are watching. I am a cyclist, and in this one, oops, sorry, what's happened here? Okay. For much of my life and my career, this engineering principle has been very important. Keep it simple, stupid. It's important for many reasons. It's easier and less costly to implement simple designs. See, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. It's easier and less costly to maintain a simpler design. We won't have cycle lanes that fill up with rubbish and become like drains. And simpler solutions are more intuitive and easier to use. But currently we're experiencing some wicked road layouts in parts of the city, and it's becoming more complex. And that means more risk, not less. Other road users are perplexed when they encounter cyclists not using a cycle lane that's been set aside for them. But they don't understand that the cycle lane doesn't take the cyclist to the direction they want to go, e.g. like making a right-hand turn up per Glenmore Street. And bike lanes might not cater for all, not only not catering for all destinations, they might also sometimes be full of rubbish, and actually the swept, clean traffic way is the safer road surface to be riding on. And I noticed when I went through the details, and particularly I want to highlight the box in the middle of the slide, that's taken straight from the council website. There's an independent safety audit done of this proposal. And I studied it, and I just heard from the AA that it's focused largely on risks that are exclusively related to cyclists. The question arising for me concerns the independence of the auditors, because the deficiencies are so apparent in the audit. I discovered the auditors are a supporting organisation of the Cycle Action Network. Now, my perception is that that's not very independent. And pedestrians of many kinds, and even some cyclists, are feeling marginalised in these complex road layouts. But basically the difference between me and a pedestrian is the moment it takes me to mount or dismount. Otherwise, I'm a pedestrian, suddenly I'm a cyclist, you know. And some of these things, like we were talking about the mum and dad and Nana getting out to the Botanic Garden, those risks haven't been covered in the audit. And I went back, if you remember that picture I showed you before of the kids walking up the right-hand side of Glenmore Street on the pavement, with this type of traffic, literally an arm's that far away from them. Not even mentioned in the safety audit. And then, but the proposal shows shared ways for cyclists and pedestrians there in Appleton Park. Great. But writes off an existing situation already exists there in the Botanic Gardens to make it safer. I think I should leave it there. I think, yes, I'll just leave it there. I've got some more pictures of what the lane looks like through the Botanic Gardens, and that could save up to 500 metres, half a kilometre of route could be of serene cycling.
I do have a question about that. One other submitter suggested that we could get away with a shared pathway where the footpath is going uphill at that point that you're talking about, or even a cycle-only lane there, because there's actually that, their suggestion was to have the walkers in the botanical gardens, but if they wanted to have a completely, isolated walking route. What do you think of that suggestion? It's a little bit different to yours, but it's somewhat on the same lines.
I think that you can share this easily with pedestrians, and the reason is, one, the most of the cycling efforts happening, say, after 4 o'clock, between 4 and 6, heading home, and I don't think that's the popular time, except for special occasions in the Botanic Gardens for Nana and the kids and so on. So I don't think there'll be a problem mixing the pedestrians and the cyclists. Just keep the cyclists on the right-hand side of the lane going southwards, and that would work fine. I visited it on my bike to test it myself, and by the way, you'll notice that it's used by vans from retirement homes. You have a look. I was there when a truck was going through. It's very wide. A truck was going through to service the garden after they were picking up broken tree leaves and branches and things. There's tons of room.
If it's used by retirement home vans, you wonder if it could be used for general mobility, people that need mobility access. But
it's the evidence. It's there in the garden. They just have to go and look for it.
Well, we probably have time for one more question because we have a break coming up. So, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, it's just following on from this. So do you think that, this could be an area that we could easily test, isn't it? This would be something that you could do this particular stretch and just say, well, let's see if it works, where the issues are.
Several years ago, you were talking about tactical urbanism. It's an experimental approach, between community and town planners. Do the experiment. If you talk about temporary bus stops, do a temporary experiment. Don't rush into it. Then seek feedback.
All right. Okay. Well, we probably have come to the end of our time, but I hope you feel that you've been heard. A small group we are, but it's all recorded, of course, so people can. And I expect the other committee members to make themselves fully cognizant of what's happened in this meeting. So
just noting I am online as well.
Oh yeah, and we do have Councillor McNulty online as well.
Yes, that makes 50% of the Reg Committee. But some of these decisions are so costly and so impactful. I know I do, and I know that the Residents Association feel as though these decisions should be taken by the Wellington City Council in full.
Well, thank you for that feedback as well. All right. Thank you very much, Richard, for your time and for the wealth of experience and information you provided. So with that, we are going to have a break. The break fused up a little bit of extra time, but we will come back at 3:20, so it's not a very long break. I'd like to invite up to the table Andrew. Online. Oh, online. Hi, Andrew. You have 5 minutes, which has to include questions, and over to you.
Thank you for your time. I guess a very brief introduction of myself. I'm a fairly long-term Wellington resident and pretty long the area, walks around the area, cycles around the area. So it's a kind of multi-dimensional view. When the consultation, the whole Karori Connections came along, as a reason, I just had a sort of interested look. That's my first time, by the way, submitting on a city council type hearing. So I had a look at the thing. I was just curious to see how it all been laid out. I can see, I guess, in some ways, a lot of thought has gone into it because you can see all sorts of different solutions and different places along the route, and it's all very, in that sense becomes quite complicated. But I can see why. Some of it made sense to me. Other areas I guess I didn't look at so carefully because the areas I don't travel on so much. And the one area really is a very kind of narrow submission in some ways I made, and that was really just around the area on Croy Road between Hatton Street and Donald. So the area as if you're driving up the hill, that just as you come out of Marsden Village, the next few hundred metres after that before you get to Donald Street. And really it's just relates to how, I mean, I know all the way along the route you've been making, or you're trying to make judgment calls around how to utilise, between cycling and buses and cars and pedestrian. Removal of, I don't know, I haven't measured it out, but it must be 100 metres or more of what is currently parking on I guess what I think of as the southern side of Quarry Road. And I realise like what's happening there, where you've got the Marsden Village, where you kind of got the cyclists coming through in a shared space, and you kind of create a fairly short section of cycle lane, which must be at most 150 or 200 metres long, and then which goes across pedestrian crossing, then goes back to shared again before changing further on down as you get down towards Karori Town. So I guess really I thought about it and thought, well, the implications of that on particularly getting children, particularly smaller children, into Samuel Marsden School used for community or sport events. A lot of cars park along there. It's probably a reality the cycle lane isn't going to change most people's mobility to those sort of events. I wouldn't make it harder for people to attend events or to spill over traffic into the kind of not necessarily set up for it, particularly when you mind the very busy Karori Normal School just has a lot of traffic, particularly obviously pick up and drop off type times. So those are kind of busy areas, so you see spill over into those. So how you make fit all the modes into these confined spaces, but really that is my, I guess, also mindful that it goes from effectively shared for cycle.
Andrew, I'm just going to suggest you might turn your camera
That's pretty much all I have to say.
All right. You've been coming and going a little bit. I just wondered if you turned your camera off, whether we might get a little more reliable transmission. So we're still there. I'll just try and reflect on what you said. So you were talking about the challenges around Samuel Marsden, and the primary school behind that, and the need for parking.
Yes, so there's obviously a drop-off issue with smaller children, though often parents might want to, especially with smaller children, to act.
Right, you're still coming and going a little bit, but I think we understand your main point, because the principal from Samuel Marsden came and made a similar point.
Sure, and the only other ancillary point is that those parks, they're quite inconsistently used, but they are used for events involving lots of children and sporting events and stuff. And if they were not available, then those cars are all going to spill into other adjacent areas. So I guess if this was to go through, you'd have to give serious consideration to what the implications of that would be, because those areas aren't set up necessarily to suddenly absorb a whole lot of extra traffic and parking. So kind of, I guess, flow-on implications of that. So really, that was kind of all I was really looking to say. So if there's any questions.
My question would be, if you're having, because I'm not aware of the type of flow-on, the type of events when would they be happening and for how long do they normally last?
Well, if you say they have the utilisation of Marston for, say, community netball events, which might be in the, say, Friday evening, happen on Friday evenings, for example, or on the weekends, that sort of thing, or things at Croy Normal where you have people parking back into there. So it would all put more those sorts of events.
Okay, so sporting events and community occasions. Okay. Thank you for bringing our attention to that. Are there any? Oh, we have actually run out of time. But thank you very much for that information. It's probably a perspective that I'm personally haven't thought much about, so thank you for bringing that again to our attention.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on
for
to...
Den services. That connect...
Ben, did you have a question?
I think he's letting us know.
Sorry.
Very good. We'll get IT to come up.
Oh, okay.
Connection issues on Wednesday as well. The Zoom's absolutely fine, so it's an issue in your...
Okay.
few times over the last few days, so it's just a note for Gen services.
Yeah, it's actually been really good up until this point. We haven't had too much trouble, but it's just the last submitter, and now you actually been coming and going a bit too. Okay, we'll keep moving on. We have got an IT person hopefully coming up to see if they can improve it for us. Can I invite Tho Tan to come and speak, luckily in person?
Afternoon.
Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
I've lived in Koroi for over 30 years, and the proposed cycle lane is going to impact quite a lot of people, because when you need to remove car parking on the main road, so you're going to push those people onto the side streets. I'm not sure whether how far can these people walk, because I have not consulted them. So that's one issue. The issue with parking on the Marston area, or the Marston College area, I know that on certain Saturdays they do have community netball games, and parents do rush in and drop the kids off and park around that frontage on both sides. Now, if there's a cycleway being proposed and implemented, and then there'll be no parking. There'll be no parking in that area. So again, you'll be pushing the users, okay, community users, to the side streets, either to Hatton or to Donald Street, you know. And again, there's not a lot of parking spaces in Donald Street as well, because there's school restrictions, there's swimming pool restrictions, and there are other restrictions as well. So I do not know how much in-depth investigation has been done for parking along the main road of Koroi. So that's another factor that I'm going to suggest that the council investigate the option of having the cycle lane in the Koroi Park and join into Rainer Lake. That's a feasible proposition, but I think it's been pushed to the back for some reason which I do not understand. That road connects up with French Street. It goes all the way. You can go to Homewood as well. All the ways. That way, you don't even have to, putting risks on to part-time cyclists, not full-time cyclists. Full-time cyclists are happy to merge and use the main road because they get used to it, and the drivers are reasonable, generally. And I think that needs to be considered, that the cycleway should be on the side street and not on the main road.
We do have a question, but are you ready to take questions?
I'm willing to take
Okay,
questions. Yeah.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for this. I'm just wondering, you live in Karori, do you?
Yes, I do.
So when you drive, do you find it any difference in driving on the main road or on one of the side roads, as you mentioned, from Ranley Street, Friend Street? Does it make any difference to you?
Well, if I drive onto Renelade, it's quieter, and I do drive onto it, and I drive an electric car, and I know that the Wellington Link is pushing people to go on buses, but sometimes it's not fully practical. I'll give you an example. Okay, today I go to Lower Hutt to drop off things to the accountant, then I go to Newlands to show someone how to use a vacuum, to clean and how to use a vacuum. Then I go to Pura to fix up the whole water tank. Then I come here. So that means I got 4 destinations at least for the day. Back to your question. To me, it's a lot safer because the thing is that there's only 2 bumps. If you turn off at I can't remember the name, Morley, and just come in, and then I sometimes got to pick up my mom-in-law who is 87. I just use the back road and not use the main road. Yeah, and then that's okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem to use the side street.
Yeah. Great, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. We appreciate you coming in, especially with the busy day you've had. And thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
We've got some IT support. Harry's here to help try and sort things, so we're going to just take a couple of minutes, or a few minutes anyway. Adjournment. Right, well, we will carry on, and apologies for the delay. We don't have too many more people on our list.
Nicola online.
Right, Nicola. Apologies for the delay, Nicola. We've just been trying to work out why the internet connection isn't very good. But we're just going to box on, and what's happening from our side is we're hearing our submitters sometimes, but they fade in and fade out a little bit. But generally speaking, we're getting the gist of what they're trying to say. It's just not quite 100% ideal. But anyway, there's 5 minutes, and we'll let you know if we're completely not hearing you. Otherwise, just assume we are. So over to you, and welcome.
Well, thanks very much, councillors, and we're grateful for the opportunity to speak. My name's Nicola Swan. I'm a resident in Karori. I'm also a partner at Chapman Tripp here in Wellington, and I'm here with my son Matthew, who is 7. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed bike lane changes. We are a city that is looking into the need to be a low emissions and climate resilient city. And in my mind, the bike lanes go to achieving both of those goals, both the low emissions and also the resilience for our city as we face into challenges in the future. As a parent, I can see the impact that a safe bike lane has directly on my children, getting them to and from school. But more than that, it's encouraging them to think about cycling as a way of transport moving into the future. I've had a look through some of the submissions that have been filed in opposition to the bike lane, and I can really understand the points that are being made. But I think that the council needs to see this as an opportunity for it to execute on its longer term vision. Because by putting in the bike lane and having that opportunity for safer cycling, we were actually empowering and encouraging a whole bunch of future generations to be thinking in a different way. And I think that you can see from the submissions against the bike lane, for example, I noticed one from the Karori Football Club. You can see the short-term concern with removing parks, etc. But I think what they're not seeing is that by making this change, you're actually allowing and encouraging people to shift the way that they get from A to B, and that's a huge part of what the council needs to drive forward. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions or give any perspective as a Karori parent.
Right, well, we have Councillor Calvert, and thank you for that. And it was perfectly clear, so let's hope it stays that way.
Thank you. One of the number of submissions we've been hearing today is suggesting that we should test the secondary route first along Karori Road. So no question about the Chater Street uphill section, but along Karori Road there's another alternative route through Friend Street, Runlet Street, and whether that would be better to trial that first to see how things work. And just wondered, especially for younger people, so just wondered whether you've got a view on that.
Yes, look, I think that's a good idea. Friend Street is a good, quieter road, and the issue would just be making sure that it connects appropriately to the Chater Street area, obviously, to connect into the city. But I think that's a sensible thing to be thinking through as part of the options. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask how likely you think it is that there'll be a lot of local travel as a result of what we're doing in Karori. So you talked about your son wanting to go, or your children maybe wanting to go independently on their own bikes. Do you think that what we're doing is going to lead to that option?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. And there are a lot of children in Karori who have a lot of friends within Karori or within the nearby suburbs. And having this in place would really open up that connections in what is the largest suburb in the Southern Hemisphere. It would certainly encourage people going through the different schools. There's 3 or 4 schools in the area, and being able to go and visit friends and just creating some of that neighbourhood that I think a lot of us grew up with and hope we still see into the future. This is one really tangible way of doing that. But I guess the main driver from a personal perspective is the sort of future-proofing climate resilient piece. But I think the local connections piece is also a really great benefit of this.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Yes, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Nicola. Just on what you were saying about riding around Karori, do you think that the bulk of the travel on cycling is actually, like our focus seems to be from Karori into town and Karori coming back in, but do you think that there's actually a lot more riding around inside Karori itself? Like with students?
Yeah, no, there is, and a lot of that I think happens through Friend Street at the moment. You see a lot in the weekends after school. There's a ride on that street, and if they can't ride on Friend Street, then it really discourages people riding because Karori Road is pretty dangerous with the buses coming through. I certainly wouldn't take a sort of under 10-year-old on that main road. But I think the main driver for the full connection is to allow that commuting traffic into the city. But there's a very strong secondary benefit of families travelling within Karori, as you say.
That's really great. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're out of time, but that's been very useful. So thank you, Philippa. It's appreciated.
Pleasure. Thanks so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Beth. Do we have Beth?
No, but we've got...
But we have Teresa. So, in person, how nice. Welcome, and there's 5 minutes. That needs to include questions if you wish questions, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora, my name is Teresa Cowie, and I am, if you ask the good people of Twitter, or worse, the I Heart Karori Facebook page, one of the most insufferable road users of all. A proprietor of Mum's Taxi, who drives a gas-guzzling SUV full of kids, and dare I admit it, a cyclist who takes the lane to keep myself safe from the deathly car door zone. I live in Kelburn and travel to Karori several times a day for work trips, children's activities, restaurants, takeaways, library, number works, dentists, supermarkets. Many trips involve carpooling groups of children to activities. Sometimes we take the bus and sometimes I ride my bike. Currently, biking on this route is not possible without my children, who are 10 and 12. While adults may be able to navigate the disjointed proposed route more safely, I don't believe the Karori Connections plan goes far enough for children or less confident people on bikes to be safe. While I do often drive to Karori, I strongly support prioritising cycle lanes and bus use over car parks on this route. I'm grateful that the Council's planning this, and I'd like to encourage it to go further so that all of the cycle route is fully connected and protected. These are the issues that I have with the current proposal. Not having lanes on the downhill cycleway at Chater Street or anywhere is unsafe and too much of a compromise. Drivers pick up speed as they head down hills and they put people on bikes at a much higher risk. I know this because I drive the route a lot and I have to be very conscious of not letting my speed creep up. It also doesn't pass the would I let my child ride this test. The cycleways need to be connected and safe to encourage more people to use them. Now I want to talk about the parks outside Marsden School on Karori Road. They should not be retained. This is a private school and it has no right to public space for storing its staff and students' cars. It compromises the safety of the cycleway, which should be fully connected. I would suggest the school reviews its own policy, which allows senior students to drive themselves to school. Providing on-street parking for cars transporting one young person in them is not a priority for this oversubscribed piece of tarmac. On the school's website, under the headings Cars at School, its policy states students with a restricted or full driver's licence may bring a car to school on the following conditions. They're not to park on Marsden Ave, they must consider residents, and if they have a restricted licence, they're the only ones allowed in the car. There are many options for these young people to get to school, and a safe, connected and protected cycleway will give them further options. I'd also suggest Marsden increases parking on its own private land if parking is of such concern to its school community. It should also consider a drop-off zone on Samuel Marsden Ave or Vera Street so students can be dropped off. Parents who need to drop young children at the classroom door should consider other transport options or park in side streets. I note that many state schools have drop-off zones, for example, Kelburn Normal, Wellington College, and I'd like to know why this private school should be afforded special treatment in this plan. Next, I'd like to address the shared path on Appleton Park. Shared path. Just why? We have an opportunity here to create a path through this park that is a pleasure for both cyclists and walkers to use. Why make it a shared path where walkers feel harassed by cyclists and cyclists feel that they're in the way yet again? Please make it a separate walking and cycling path. Looking through the submissions, I see a lot of opposition to the plans for Glenmore Street. I oppose it too. Again, both sides need fully protected cycleways. Or why not consider allowing bikes through the Botanics adjacent to Glenmore Street? How about at least a trial to see if allowing bikes from the Orangi Kaupapa Road entrance to the main entrance gate would work? There's already a path the width of a single lane road there. Along the whole of the Karori Connections route, I want cycle paths on both sides of the street the whole way. It must be fully separated to avoid corner cutting. Painted lines and sharrows are not safe. Where this isn't possible and cars and cycles share the road, there should be a 30k speed limit. Overall, I strongly support the proposal. However, I implore the Council to be brave and create a gold standard, fully connected and protected cycleway that is safe for Wellingtonians of all ages.
Thank you, and you have used your time to the last second.
Broadcast journalist. Right up to the hour.
Thank you very much. That's been useful. I don't think we have got
no more time for questions? Okay.
But thank you.
I hope I've answered them all.
Yeah, thank you. So we have Meadow. Are you ready to speak to us? We're a wee bit ahead of schedule for you, but it'll be convenient if you can.
Hi, sorry, I'm just trying to start my
Good.
camera.
So just to let you know, there's 5 minutes, which needs to include questions if you wish, and the floor is yours. Aha.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry for that. Just getting my settings sorted out. Kia ora, my name is Mero. I'm a year 11 at Wellington Girls College, so I've got 2 more years there. I volunteer at Makara Peak and the Island Bay Marine Education Centre, and I go to the gym on Thorndon Quay. I ride to these places occasionally, but not as much as I would like, as it can be quite stressful mixing with the traffic sometimes. The past few times I've ridden to these places, I've really enjoyed the Bowen Street and Whitmore Street cycle lanes. They're amazing, so thank you for those. Having more cycle lanes will help me get to these places. I need to go safely, independently, and while keeping fit. They really make a difference to how much I ride my bike and how much I enjoy it. And I'm not the only young person in the area who would love more cycle lanes. There are heaps of others at Wellington Girls College who would also hugely appreciate it. Madalena Del Sasso, who is the leader of the WC Enviro Club, was meant to be representing us before me, but unfortunately she is unwell, so I'll make a few points on behalf of the club. Our club has lots of members who would love to travel more sustainably, so we fully support this proposal. Those who do not cycle would also benefit from the pedestrian crossing and bus stop improvements. Currently, there aren't many people riding WC, but over the past few months, we've noticed an increase in the number of staff and teachers and students riding, and we know that there would be a lot more people riding if they felt safer, which they would from the cycle lanes. Being able to safely cycle to places such as school, Maka Peak, Karori Mall, and town would give us a lot more independence to be able to go to places on our own to meet friends. Thank you for your time.
Wow, that's really succinct. I'm interested in what you're saying. Have you noticed your friends have been making use so far of the infrastructure that we have put in? You mentioned some of it, but do you think that a lot of your contemporaries are and have now got a bit more confidence to ride around the city?
Yeah, definitely. Our club leader, Madalena, she rides to school every day. And I know for a fact she's also definitely been loving the Bowen Street cycle lane. And I've heard from other members from our club that they don't feel safe at the moment, but that they would definitely be keen to ride when it was more safer.
And how much of a disincentive will it be not having a downhill lane, which will be difficult for us to provide just at the minute?
I think that would be fine. Personally, I go the same speed as the traffic when going downhill, so I'd be fine with just going in the lane with the traffic.
Okay, well that's from me. Do we have questions from other? Yes, we do. Councillor Chung and Councillor McNulty.
Thanks very much for that. Much appreciated. Just a few commentators have sort of talked about the secondary route that we actually have along, instead of coming along Karori Road, to go along Randy Street, Friend Street, around the side there. What do you think of that route?
I think it would be okay. I don't think many of our members are too concerned about either of the routes.
Okay, so the main focus is actually down Glenmore Street. That is the main focus, is it?
Yeah, I think for a lot of us, we find it quite stressful when the Bowen Street cycle lane ends, going up past the gardens on Glenmore. That bit can be quite stressful for a lot of us.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
I think for a really succinct and great presentation. I'm interested with the fictional perspective. Do you think the council plans just don't do enough?
Well, we've maybe not got that complete question.
You're gone, Ben.
Yeah. We got
Sorry.
to, do you think council something or other doesn't do enough? Just that bit, and then you faded out.
Okay, that connection issue is still there.
Yeah.
Do you think council needs to do anything about climate change? Do you think council has an obligation to do anything about climate change, and do you think that this is part of how we can address it? Hopefully that's come through.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, that's come through. Yes, I definitely think climate change, the council has a big responsibility to help Wellington be more sustainable, and I think this will make a huge difference. Our Enviro Club, definitely we want there to be more sustainable modes of transport, more accessible to a lot of us, and I think this would play a big part in it, encouraging more members to travel more sustainably.
Thank you. I thank you. You've been very clear, and it's really good to get some young people's perspectives. So that's very valuable. Thank you for coming, Miro.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I think that actually does bring us to the end of our submitters. We've had a few not turn up at the last minute, which has meant we are actually running slightly ahead of schedule. But we will close the meeting. There's nobody
Just need to.
We'll just check.
I don't think anyone else.
No, there's nobody sort of arrived late.
She's pulled out. That was.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so we just need to close the meeting. Now we need to.
And I want to debate.
Oh, you can debate. All right. So the recommendations. Oh, I see what we have to do. Right. I think I now invite somebody to. Is that?
I mean, it would have been Liam, but he's not here right now. So.
Can I invite you, Claire, to or perhaps Jonathan or Siobhan to introduce the report.
I have great pleasure introducing the report to you. If you have any questions, fire away.
So it's not really so much a report, but it's the process that we've been through and the submissions that we've heard, rather than a formal report at this point. Okay, so I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder before I invite debate? Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman. Do we have any debate? Right, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And yes, it was good to hear the submissions, but I think we've got to remember that I don't know what the final count was of the submissions, but it was well over a couple of thousand, I think, or I could be wrong. And we've heard a small number of that in the last 2 days. So I think we need to take that into consideration, that it is not whether we had 50-50 doesn't necessarily translate to the number of submissions that have been received overall. So I think we need to take that into consideration. I am concerned that there is only 4 of us hearing these submissions. It's less than a quarter of council. It's over for a large area of the city, and we're going to come back to debate. And what happens is, how do we know what we've heard in addition? And I would be interested to hear from see how the officers take the information that we received over these 2 days and how that has maybe shaped some of their where their thinking is already, because I think that's important in terms of being able to reflect back to the committee members who aren't here what they may have missed. I will. There was a comment and there's a question earlier on, and again I would like some feedback from the officers, not in this meeting, but there seems to be a question about how much it costs to build a cycle path roughly over a kilometre. And I know there was a question put to Waka Kotahi representative, and there was a figure mentioned of under $1 million, whereas we were told by officers that they're planning on a $1.5 million cost on average per kilometre for a bike plan. So I think we just need to just be clear about the sort of rough order of costs, not defining that. So I think there was some confusion. I think some members of this committee may have felt that it was a lot lower than that, whereas we've actually been told it's around about 1.5 for that. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman, do you want to speak as seconder?
Cool. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. All I want to say is this is a normal procedure. The way the committee work is, if you have a quorum, the meeting will go ahead. And we know that those people who are not here today, and we trust them, and they will be watching the videos, and that's how they're going to be making the decisions, and they got an obligation to do that. And I trust my colleagues, they will follow that. I also want to point out Councillor McNulty, who his family is sick. He's been online all this time. We need to acknowledge him. You might not see it in the video here. So he was online, and Madam Chair, I want that that to be noted. And when it comes to the paper, officers are here. They are the one who we will be working with, and they are taking notes, and we're going to push it. I think that's how we need to work in general. If there are some councillors or some in the community feel that it shouldn't be in this committee, it needs to be in the whole council, that's another discussion that we need to be having. But in general, this is normal circumstances. If we got a quorum, the meeting will go ahead. But thank you.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Chung.
I would actually, I started off yesterday listening to these submissions, and I thought it would be nice and simple, and so I just had a simple chart there marking down which ones were positive and which ones were negative. But it actually gets very complicated, and it's very hard to actually just have a chart like that. And I missed a lot of the presentations today because I had another meeting. So what I would like to see from officers is actually a breakdown of how they viewed all the submissions, and if they had a much better system of keeping track of what the issues were and what people thought, better than my system, that is. So that'll be really good to give me a better idea of feedback. So thank you.
Is there any further debate? No, I will sort of take a bit of a right reply. Thank you very much, Councillor Abdurrahman, for reminding us of the work that has been done to hear the submissions. And it's not just been the four of us here today. We've had extra attendance from Councillor Chung and Councillor Randall, Councillor Matthews. There's been, the Mayor actually has been here for a substantial portion of the time, and she's been very diligent considering how busy she is in attending our meetings. So I actually feel quite a reasonable degree of comfort that we've gone through a very robust process. It's good that we've heard so much feedback, because there is a lot of complexity in these projects, and it's not, as you say, Councillor Chung, it's not necessarily very easy to sort it into a binary yes, no. Even those who say they're opposed to the plans often come up with bits and pieces that they actually like, and people who like the plans often come up with bits and pieces they don't like. But I have a lot of faith in our officers who are sitting there doing as much work as anybody trying to process this, and they're doing it in real time, seeking extra advice and consulting with each other as to what adjustments might be possible based on what they're hearing. So I'd just like to really thank everybody for being part of the process. Obviously, we want to thank all of those submitters, the ones who put in oral written submissions, as well as the ones who've made extra time available to come and talk to us in person or online. We're very grateful to hear from the community, because they do bring a lot of evidence that they put before us, and a lot of valuable insights that they've gained from their own experiences. With that, I would like to put the motion, which is that we receive the information, hear the oral submitters, and thank them for their submissions. We have a seconder in Councillor Abdurrahman, so now we just have to vote. Thank you. And I should have also mentioned, of course, Pauiwi Callan and Kelly and Pauihi Hohaia were here on Wednesday. So that has carried, and with that, I shall move to the closing karakia. Unahia, unahia, unahia ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū. Koe rā I rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia wātia, aia rā, kua wātia. Thank you, everybody.